Good evening and welcome. So we are here. Did you notice anything different? Did you notice? I mean, not this thing. This is not different at all. So yeah, it looks great. Yes. Hey, Jeff, I spotted something. Yes. Did you see that transition? We're just gonna go do it again. Look at that. It's so nice. Yes. And guess who made it? It's Vichu who made it. Isn't that awesome? I mean, the the stuff I do, like I have to take the stuff that he makes and put it on literally on my stream in order for him to show up on time and be active on chat. But hey, if that's what it takes for him to be active in chat, then I'll use his transitions in my stream. If that's what it takes, I mean, what we don't do to get our moderators to show up. So man, just making things go. Oh, I made this. Can you use it? I suppose I can use it. I mean, if that's gonna get you to show up, then, I mean, likewise, Timbo also made an update to the mod, and I'm like, all right, I'll put it in. All right, see, and there he is. Timbo is also here. So it's the things I do for my moderators. The things I do. So it did. And good evening, Lily Rose. Good to see you. So I don't know, for anyone who did not get it, that's a bit of sarcasm. I am deeply grateful for the uh, for the stuff that has been done, and it's super nice to get this cool transition. It's something I've been I was looking at it. I just made this transition, and then just Vichu started tinkering with it, and yeah, it turned out really nice. I'm not meant to be here unless Niels does something for me. It's the other way around, Chris. You're supposed to do something for me, and then you show up on time. That's how it works. It's a bit of a reverse logic, but I mean that's the way it is. Yeah. So it's before we just dive into the game, I just want to talk a bit because I took yesterday off and I didn't even have any plans. I was just taking the day off, and I really needed a couple of days to sort of get a bit of perspective on things. Uh, you did offer, but you said no. What did I say no to? Hmm, I don't know. Um, oh, the website. Oh, right. Yeah, that's because it's gonna take a lot of work for me as well. But I'd love to engage with that one, right? No to free labor. Yeah. There's no such thing as free. I love that. I'd like to revisit that again, Chris, because I might, as I was sort of saying, like, I think I needed a bit of perspective. So, for one thing, like I mentioned it before, and it's just a small thing that my YouTube is not going great these days, but it's going great when I did this thing here, but I don't do that anymore. So, blah. But it is what it is. And then I was sort of like, oh no, I'm not gonna reach my 100,000. And then I sort of thought about it, like, for me, this 100,000 goal has been sort of like this milestone that on the other side of this, there's just green pastures and sun is shining and all is good. And yeah, but it's not. There's not going to be any meaningful difference between 95 or sorry 94.8 because I'm hard stuck at that or 100,000 subs. There's not going to be any meaningful difference except on my EP, right? So basically I was like, some of the things that I've been saying, oh, I'm gonna do that. Once I hit that milestone, I'll be free to do whatever I want. I'll be free to explore and free to do new things. Like, what? Why? So like though they don't actually send that out. They very rarely send that out, and sometimes it takes like several years. So that's not exactly something I would count on, especially in sort of like a developing country such as Denmark apparently is. So nothing ever like promotional stuff ever comes to my part of the world for Twitch or YouTube. So yeah, I'm not gonna count on it. So anyway, so I was thinking like, okay, so maybe sort of you're not gonna be a different person than the other side of that artificial milestone anyway. So figure out what it is you want to do, and I spent the weekend aside from just enjoying some casual gaming. I've also been so three things I've been doing this weekend of worthy of sharing. Um, I've been thinking a lot, which is nice, and then I have been I've been studying a lot on um, how to do investments. I've been doing a lot of research in different ETFs and the tax legislation and index funds and how to rate it and setting up different profiles and various websites just to really sort of do that due diligence before getting into that because I have some pension funds that I want to just buy low and sell high. Actually, that's not even correct, Jeff. It's actually it's a financial podcast today. No, it's not a financial podcast today. Um, So I've been reading up on it because I really feel that as like so many other things, if you want to dive into something, you do need to do your due diligence and understand it a bit, and that's what I've been doing because it's been kind of a complete mystery for me. So that is really what I've been sort of doing, and it's really nice to sort of do that. I've also then been working on. I've been playing a bit of Factorio just for myself, which is, I mean, it's not like I just sat down and just start up a game and just play for fun. I mean, who does that these days? No. But what I've been doing is sort of doing some practice runs for what can potentially be an upcoming Factorio series. Giving up trying now. Yeah, PTG. Yeah, I think that now I'm not going to be turning into a financial consultant, but the trick is you keep buying regularly and don't look at it because it averages out. If you do a big lump sum payment, you're gambling, especially if it's on a short-term basis. But if you just generally buy a bit all the time and buy something that follows the market, some index funds, that's probably good. Yeah, playing for fun. Psh, I know. Who does that? No. Buy a company you think will grow and see if you're right. All right. That might be a bit out of my range here. Let's just say that. Yeah. So stocks always go up. Diamond hands to the moon. Diamond hands to the moon. Yes. Totally forgot the time in the shower. Yeah, that happens. No more details, please. So those are the things that I've been doing. I've been thinking a lot, and I've been reading up on investments and investment portfolios and strategies, and that's also just an interesting thing to actually have a bit of time for. And then I've sort of been preparing a bit for an upcoming Factorio thing that we might actually start integrating into this whole thing somehow. Buy an .ai domain and sell it for profit. Factorio.ai. Woohoo! Yeah. I think a lot of those. I have a friend. You have a friend. Now you're just lying, right? Who grew up in Seattle, whose parents bought them 1,000 shares of a little software company called Microsoft at $2 a share. That's nice. That is nice. The question is always like when you have something like that, you. There have been so many times during the last 30, 40 years where you could have cashed out and go like, and then why would now be the time when you would cash out on those? But it's ultimately don't you haven't made or lost money until you actually realize it. I also didn't go pro. I'm glad I didn't. I don't know. I mean, yeah. I also talked to my dad, and he was like, we talked about sort of the whole insanity of bitcoins, and he was like, "Remember 10 years ago when I told you I wanted a $100 bitcoin?" I was like, "Yeah, I remember. Why didn't you get it for me?" Like, yeah, why didn't I? Right? Why didn't I? Yeah, so I think there are lots of people who have very clever ideas, but I can guarantee you that any idea that you come up here is already baked into the price, and that's the point. So yeah, annually to pay for school, and then all the rest for the hard down payment. Yeah, I mean that sounds very reasonable. Then you convert it to something that just makes your life easier, and that's pretty nice. So I think that makes a lot of sense because the thing is like if if you bought bitcoins back when they were like pennies more or less like then you could have cashed out when they were like $100 or you could have cashed out when they were $1,000 or 10,000. But why but if you cash out at any of those points you wouldn't have them now, and now they're what are they like 40,000 or something, and maybe next year they'll be 400,000, who knows. Like same with Tesla stock, that's also been sort of a bit insane. But anyway, that's not what I'm interested in. I'm actually interested in something that's passive, not going to be. I'm going to retire on my 10,000 Bitcoin. Yeah. See, movie theaters actually do recover. I think there were some signs that the Kong Godzilla thing actually performed really well in movie theaters, so that might give it some. I know, but no one can see that. Isn't the best way to get rich is to have rich parents? Yes, absolutely. Rich parents. Rich parents is is the easiest way. Definitely the easy way. Yeah, we need to. I need to do this, and it's actually a bit of a like right there. That line is missing. There should be a golden line, but that somehow disappeared for some reason. I don't know. Is to become a millionaire is to is to be a billionaire and buy an airline. Yeah, I love that. I love that. That's a really good. Was that was Branson, right? Richard Branson must have been like the easiest way to become a millionaire is to start as a billionaire and buy an airline. Really nice. Hey, Yoris, thank you for the 16 months.
Returns. Welcome home.
But anyone can get rich if you dream big. Yeah, that's not really what we are. We're not talking about those kind of aspirational goals here. So anyway, that was just some of the things, and basically what I wanted to also just mention is it's just like I'm preparing something for an upcoming Factorio series. So yeah, speaking of Bitcoin, the IRS is monitoring it since 2020 tax season. A question on the 1040 asks about it. Okay. Sell Tupperware. I think that sex toys are better than Tupperware, and they work the same way. I mean, not technically work the same way, but the market mechanisms work the same way. They don't work the same way. Please don't try that. From a business model perspective, they work the same way. So, yep, and I think we'll move gracefully onwards to. Oh, look at that. Onwards to more sober topics. There we go. Find a way to increase the shelf life of food by 1 day. That isn't actually it, right? That isn't actually the concept. The concept that the reason why Tupperware sells is the business model, not the product. The product is you can buy it in IKEA, but the stuff in IKEA works exactly as well. It might actually work better, but you don't get the experience and the peer pressure from one of your friends who invites to a party at your place, and it's one of your friends who's standing there selling this, and you're going like, all right, well, I mean, there is a party, and I mean, it's kind of embarrassing, and I should buy something. Like, all right, I'll buy one bowl. Oh, you can actually buy three. Okay, I'll buy 3 bowls. Okay, how much is that? $1,000. There we go. And then that's how it. Yes, it's a reverse funnel scheme. It absolutely is the reverse funnel. Yeah. So it works by the social construct around it that makes it work, right? That's why we want to have a reverse funnel. Every time someone gives a sub, if we can just have everyone who gives a sub, then if you get a sub, you gift 5 new subs. Then we just need that rolling. Then we're good. We're good. Especially me. We're good, but mainly me. All the nice food in the IKEA tower. Yeah. Population of the world in 24 iterations. If it's multiplied by 5, then it's probably less than 25. Or did you just calculate that? Things that double have a tendency to go up pretty quickly. Things that 5 double. All you have to do is get people to sub to keep you online in another 10 seconds. Yeah, poor guy. I mean, I still feel sorry for Ludwig. He's on day 27 now. That poor guy. I mean, I feel so sorry for him. It must be horrible. It must be absolutely horrendous. And good evening, Cocaine. All right, so what are we going to do with $1,000 bills? There are no $1,000 bills. Yeah, he went sub 5 seconds. Interesting. Um, okay, we can start with a base tour of sorts just to. Oh, $100 bills. Oh, wow. Psh, I mean, a factor 10 off. Just one order of magnitude. Psh. No, we've been the other day when the time was running out, basically said, "Give me monies," and it started rolling again. Of course he did. Of course he did. I mean, he was also like, it was. I watched him, and he was about to go to sleep, and he was just like looking at it. It was like to 40 seconds or something. Like he was just like, "Hey, everyone out there, if you have a Prime, give it to me. All you who have it on me on your second screen, how dare you? Give me a Prime." And then it skyrocketed up to 20 minutes, which is I don't know how many subs that is, but it went just yeah. So yeah, of course he wants to keep going, but I think it's not so much he doesn't wants to keep it going for the money. He wants to keep it going because it's a huge event, and the longer it goes, the bigger the event becomes. So I think that's yeah. And then check back a bit later, and it was up to like 6 hours. Like, all right, okay, never mind. And also for the oh yeah, the record for the highest sub count. I think it's Ninja who had that. Oh yeah, music is off. That's a good point. I thought there was something that was noise. Made something was weird because I recorded an episode of something. There we go. Cool. Let's 245 by Ninja. Okay, he's 240 now. That's pretty nice. Pretty nice. 240,000 subs. That's okay. It's a wee bit more than I have. I can just say that. All right, let's just look at the space and try to see if we can get into it and figure out what's wrong. 145. Okay, so maybe he did beat it. Chill hop music. Oh, what chill hop music? You mean for longest online? Yeah. Peter, hello. First time in ages that I managed to get a stream early. Watched the motivation video. Found it to be very helpful, even for people who don't struggle with it. Thank you. Appreciate it and welcome. All right, so let's see. So we have our starter base, which is not a mess. It's actually really nice, and then we have like that is completely decoupled from all the crap stuff out here. Then we start with a little build here of a 648-6 train of red science going here, getting fed by iron and copper, and those come in from these two lines, doing direct train to train smelting. Looking nice. They are 216.2, and they are just waiting here, and then they are mined out here in some setup here that loads the first 8 wagons, and then the next 8 wagons. Yeah. So that is red, and the green is pretty much the same, except it's of course green instead of red. So if you have red-green color bind, it's pretty much the same. These are making about in excess of 8,333 signs per minute, but they are more like 9,000 something. Again, here we are getting copper and iron inbound. These are, okay, when they have 220 left, that's nothing. What? How did I do that? I shouldn't be able to reach that. Never mind, I did. This train is much smaller because it doesn't really require a whole lot in here. So that's just a small train, and we can see it go out here, and the next one will go in. So a small smelter also here. That is just a normal smelter, actually. Huh. Belted, and we really don't need a lot for this to work. And here's again the iron to iron smelter. So that's gets us iron, red and green science that goes in here to our science facility. There we go. I'm not gonna add tags. I'm gonna use the display tags. That one here, and that is working. This one actually needs to be sorted, but I'm not gonna do that right now. And then we go into the stuff that's a bit more complicated. This mess here is just for the blue science. I really like the blue science. It took one hell of a long time to set up, but really like it. So again, because blue science is half as fast, twice as slow. I don't know. Twice as slow, half as fast. Twice as slow. I don't know. It takes... Hey, Shakun, thank you for the 18. Then I have to have 2 of these to saturate the same amount as the green circuit. So now this one is making the same, because there are 2, making the same speed as the green science, not circuit science. And the ingredients we get in here, copper, that's still not copper, that's sulfur, red circuits, iron, and steel. Iron and steel gets mixed in here and makes the stuff that we need to make the engines. The engines are made 1-to-1 here. That's going to be an okay ratio. And that is, here we have the steel and the iron mining, smelting, and that goes in here and gets fed by some facilities down here. And over on the other side, that's where we get the red. Oh, no, we'll take the top one, which is the sulfur coming in. Sulfur, 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 down here into a sulfur facility. And I just can't understand why I don't have that, but I'll just do this. There you go. So this thing is, water comes in here, and we have oil. Interesting how unbalanced it is. I thought I actually had prevented it from being so unbalanced, but I actually really like this design. But damn, did that take a long time. When I look at it, it just looks so simple. You look at this and go like, why did that take a long time? But it did. It very much did, but not a long time compared to this one. This awfulness was insane to design, but now it just looks nice and crisp and easy and all that stuff. And good evening, Moon. And that the plastic here goes in, gets a bit of a storage, and goes in to all of the red signs red circuits. Sorry, red circuits. And this one also has the magic of multi-station setups. And they are just going in here. And the remainder is here. So that is the blue science. Then we're starting working on the purple science, which is by far the worst one. Someone gift 50k to Ludwig. I mean, Atibia, I think if you are considering gifting 50k to someone, I think that I have another suggestion instead of Ludwig. I don't think he needs it, but I do have some other suggestion of someone you could gift 50k for. Anyone? Knock yourself out if you're just sitting there with 50k burning in your pocket and considering throwing him after someone who is already, for whom it would barely be a day salary. Just saying. Hello, Yokip. Welcome. Time to switch topic. Oh, really? Really? You think so? You think so? I mean, you brought it up. All right, so this is a super, super cool setup. I hope it works. We don't know, but it's super cool. And this, again, takes the 648-6 trains. And we have these weird trains with rails coming in. And they're feeding in here. Each wagon is feeding 2 assemblers because that's kind of all they can do. And then we'll have there we'll have a lot of stuff coming in one. Yeah, if anyone's going to give up 50k gift subs, throw them out in 100 at a time so you get as many 5x5 trains gas. Yes, Jeff, that's a good thing. Very relevant information to put in. Very relevant for you. Should anyone be considering that. Here we'll have the 2 trains with productivity modules and electric furnaces coming in. They will actually need to be changed because it's a different size. But the cool part is the trains. They are actually made in this small thing here. This is also one of my better designs here. Yeah, you need 125, right? 125 subs is what it takes for after you trigger, or consider someone gets triggering the hype train, then it's 125. I mean, there's only one way to find out, and that's not doing the math or Googling it. And there we go. Sansimilia, thank you for the 3 months.
Loyalty is greatly appreciated.
This is also like an insane build, but it works. We've seen it. It works really well. Get steel, stone, and iron in here. And we have the iron is coming from here. That's not so bad. The stone is coming from a couple of small locations here and here. Not a big deal. They are being filled up here. And then we have the steel. That is the steel. Let's actually tag these here just because. So this is the steel. It makes a total of 568 steel per second. And now we are onwards to the next thing. The next thing is going to be this here, these two. And that we've just realized how absolutely insane amounts we need of everything to get that. But I guess that's going to be the next challenge here. Do we want to build that one down here? I don't think no. So all this is done. When I changed the overlays is a couple of days ago, last week. There, so we get this one in and we get all of these out, and now we go into the next area, which will also be filled up because I need this space for these two to go out and then have them linked up here. I can show you what I've just done. Oh yeah, by the way, as of last time there was a train. Was that one? Wesker got a level 5 train last time. And why am I getting confused here? Yeah, it was a level 5 train. Yeah, Wesker and Barthik. And Barthik got it down there. That big old blob there. Good stuff. Yeah, I just don't want to miss it. Everyone, I like your non-gaming content on YouTube. Something different for a change. Ow, something different for a change, because all you do is the same shit. Wow. Yep, Stovenism also got 2 1 squares. They are right there, there, and there. Missing a radar. No, you're missing a radar. So here we have the designs we need. This is the design for... Why, did I decide that I wanted them to be this big? Is this hot tub waiting room? Yes. Hot tub waiting room. It sounded a little strange, like I meant positive. Thank you. I assumed you meant it positive. Alright, so these ones, they're actually completely done. The only thing I don't know is how many of them I need. Was it just one? I think the other one was 2 of them, right? This one is... Oh, this one's really horrible. Yeah, I don't know how much I need per minute. Oh yeah, I need 37 per second. Yeah, okay, so this one is exactly half, and this one is exactly 40. So we're building both of them at a rate of 40. Yep. And this is the horror. I need 400 steel additional, and that's kind of where we left off. And I went, because that's kind of a big deal. So we need to, out here, we need to first of all see if this one is good. Yeah, we still have 50,000, so it's pretty good. I wonder if I could I? I mean, yeah, I like long reach. Steel is a lot, but it's easy to make. Well, I mean, yeah, but it's big. Didn't someone do a masterclass about uneven train loading? Yes, but they did it after this mess. But this is exactly the issue. This is exactly it. It's so obvious, right? Right here we very clearly have the issue. Yeah, let's make sure that this one actually gets emptied. There we go. Now you're empty. And we still have, like, what do we have? We still have the 43,000. And they are good, and they're working, and it's awesome, and all that good stuff. I can just place this one, it will be fine. So it's about just keep. Yeah. So what is it I want to do? I want to take these over here and then basically turn them down. And then I'm going to get... I'll need stone bricks, I need steel, and then I need red circuits, and then I need green circuits. So it kind of has to be, the red circuit has to be in the middle because it has to go into both. The Super Saiyan overlay. What? I have no idea what that is. I don't watch anime, and I don't know what that is. So... Oh, the Streamlabs FaceMat. Yeah, they just stopped working. But and again, no one donates anyway, so it doesn't happen anyway. Like once in a while, someone was. I think the face mask thing was fun for a bit, and then it kind of just tapered off, and then it was like, all right, now it's just weird. I think that the part that turned me off on it was like someone. I think it was when it was subs or something. Yeah, with subs, then I was just explaining something, and it was just I had sausages falling on my head, and then it was really hard to be taken serious, right? X amount of bits? No, it's never going to be bits. It's going to be donations, not bits. It would never be bits. Do not want that. But anyway, it's a novelty. Yeah, but I don't know. I think it had its time and place, and it's kind of been used up. For me, at least. I mean, if people are like, "Oh, we would really love to see that," and then, okay, maybe. But right now, I mean, I haven't had it for a year, and that's the first time someone has mentioned it. So, I mean, it can't really be. See, less and less streamers using it anyway. Yeah, because it's broken and has been broken. I haven't disabled it at any point. It just stopped working. So that's probably. I mean, if someone donated with a face mask, I can guarantee you it wouldn't work. So that's. I don't know. This even feels worse because someone would like, oh, I just paid $25 to donate to see you with a funny face mask, and now I don't even get that. Yeah. Yeah, the RNG loot crate. Yeah, that was really weird. I think it was just like their way of making money and gamifying it. Yeah, the calculating face mask would work really well. I mean, you can also just. I mean, I suppose you probably could make those yourself. But I mean, if you want to go all in, then VTuber is the thing. We could get a virtual me instead. Who wouldn't want that? Let me think. No, I think I want the other one. I think I want this one. Okay. Still not. So I have to figure out how to do this. This is by far the most difficult part, is balancing things out here. Got to go. Oh, okay. Thank you for joining. See you all at the pub tomorrow. Aha. Is there a pub? Hey, Fallen Angel. Thank you for the 15. Good evening, Hawkeye. Back to the factory. Bliss. Yes. Blissful ignorance of factory building. And this one just needs to get all of it done so I can start expanding and building. So I would really want this one expanded. We're here. Moving. This is one of the bigger issues with this base, is how long time it takes to get from A to B. Hello, Exoid, and great new video. Thank you. Are there new graphics? What? Graphics? For what? And I think I'll jump out here for no reason. Right, so these ones. I need to change this one. This is going to be difficult. How do I get 16 wagons to go into... That makes this the middle. I think I'll move it at just a bit. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Something like this. What? Why not? Oh, because I'm standing there. Never mind. Good. And then disable so I don't actually kill myself. How long before an overlay command? An overlay command. I don't know. There's a new thing for subs, and donations and stuff, but otherwise it's transition during the break. If you're talking about scene transitions. So now we have 8, right? 8 full. There, that's 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. Flip. Something like this. Like this, then that one fits. Okay. So. And I guess I can just take all of this and then just clip it. Like that. That seems remarkably easy, actually. Do we think it's correct? Oh, but it's not working, by the way. This is totally not at all okay. Not at all okay, because this is not... I mean, I know power, but this is not how it is. It's not... It's actually supposed to go in by... Okay, this is going to be a bit more tricky, though. That's going to give us uneven loading. It is exactly that. I need a side bouncer. No, not a side bouncer. But I need each of these belts to have half of the top and half of the bottom. Hey, Wesker. Gotta go. Have a good stream. Thank you for that. And you are the reigning hype train conductor. It would be really nice if the hype train conductor sign would actually work, so that we could see who was the current one and not sort of have it stuck. But you are certainly the current. With your tinkering with Factorio and upcoming ideas, did you have any revelation to share? Maybe? There. That's how it is, but how do I get this? There we go. It's ugly, yes, but yeah. The advantage of this is that it is self-balancing, and that's super important for me. I'm also just like, why is it not working in any other way? Why does it have to be so ugly? Why can't it not be just like this is nice, but why can't it be as nice on the side? And I think it's this spacing. This one would be like there. That actually works, right? But then I would have to. Yeah, I can't do that. It's gonna be weird one way or the other. You could shift one to left. That's what I just did, and that's not really working. Yeah, so let me. So I like this balancer because the thing that comes in here will get evenly split on both sides. So it'll also exactly balance the two sides accurately, which is something I like. And the question is just, how could I make this less ugly? Let's just throw this out up here and then just try something else. What if we did it this way? Like vertical, horizontal. That would be probably be easier to match like this. And then now that's a bit better, isn't it? That's a bit nice better. It's still an odd number in between, but that's just what it is. I can kind of pretend it's not an odd number by doing this. And don't make one there, because they're actually different things. Now this is kind of symmetrical. It only problem is that it doesn't match these. So everything has to be moved 2 tiles there. It's all good. And it did not forget the name, so that's good. And that one. And then we have the issue down here. Okay. Does this look good? Aside from, of course, the power, but well, we can get that. Yeah, I'd really like to have these here and then what again? Not working. Not at all working. Yeah. Oh, you don't need one there. Oh, that's true. I kind of don't need it there. I would. Somehow I'm gonna have to bridge this gap. There. It looks much better. I wonder if it works. So shift the ugliness to the one place to another. That's how ugliness works, my friend. It's always gonna be ugly. Could also make it here, but I don't think that's actually... that works. And okay, so now I need to figure out how... And this is where it's super important not to look at that one, but to look at one of these here. Yeah. Like that. Hello, Mark. Good evening. And this one will then be the one that goes just out. Probably just cut off the entire power section. Okay, it's still connected there as well, so... $22 remaining. Good. So the idea is... Oops. Weird. Well, look at this area here. How little it actually takes for us to cover the whole thing. Oh, I hate this part. The mix between... one of the two output lanes is drawn, it won't evenly... If only one of the two output lanes, why would only one of the two output lanes be drawn? Good evening, Zoompi. Zoompi? Yeah, maybe. Oh, this one is dead for some reason. And it's just not enough. Oh man, radars are so annoying because they cover so little ground. Seriously? Okay. I was watching a modded Minecraft streamer play Factorio for the first time a few years ago. In a few years, he got his first construction bot and then said he couldn't wait to have 50. Yeah. Nah, Waffle has been played a lot, so he wouldn't say stuff like that. Was it Waffle? Giant Waffle has played a lot, hasn't he? I thought he knew how to play. Oh, I got two of the same trains. Damn it. That one goes to me. That's the one I wanted. Oh, sorry, we forgot. Excuse me, but why are you not? Oh, this one wasn't placed. Ah, okay, okay. There you go. All right, so this one's now built, and that means the flurry of robots will come out again just to build the next part. Yeah, but spooky power poles also don't break cars when you run into them, so there is that. We were in the process of doing some exploration as well. Or maybe not. Maybe we don't bother doing that. We'll just do it manually somehow. Yeah, so what is it I want now? I want to bring this part over here somehow. Actually, I'll merge it before it goes through this area. So there's only one train that merges in. So yeah, I'm not going to have that many trains. Okay, so here comes the train. Here we go. Thank you. And a few of these. I think I'll do it this way. Not sure these actually have to be like that, but and then definitely not on these. And this one is going to be slightly different. So this is going to be the two trains. Do I have a... Yeah, I do kind of have something here. I don't know what I have. I don't know about this this thing here. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know about this. What I'm doing here. Okay, so I think it's time for me to take my my first break. So this kind of is where I could turn it downwards and then get like two. Do I want them next to each other? I guess maybe I do. I don't even know if I do that. I don't even know. This is by far the most difficult part. Because you have to build like these giant designs and build them and then go like, nope, they should. So the idea is I can have my electric furnace and I can have my productivity module. Ideally, they should be next to each other because they're going to the same place. But since they both need red circuits, then I have to be sure that the red circuits can go into both of them. But since all of my builds are always feeding from one side, then how am I going to get two locations fed from, both of them fed from one side, so they both go fed from this side? Then where's the red one coming in? Is the red one coming in? And there. But it would also be more logical to like have the steel from one side and then the circuits from the other side, but then they have to go like that. To have a dedicated red circuit for modules versus furnaces. I don't think so. Because red circuits need plastic and it needs copper and it needs green circuits. So if either of those are not matching at perfect ratios, then I just end up building 2.7. Oh, that has to be 3. Plus 2.2. Oh, that has to be 3. Then I just scale everything up way too much. And I really don't think that's the right thing to do. I just think that I have to build one red circuit, one steel. I mean, yes, I built this steel here, but I don't know. Maybe it's just making some electric furnace and then try to get that done, and then from there on just figure out if we can do the next one. Beacon is in the way. More beacons there. That one. That one. And that merges together with the other one. Good. And then we have keep flowing down here. Oh, how I don't like that the whole thing is just not balanced here. Please let this be furnaces. It is. Maybe that works out nicely. I mean, you were too old to be that naive. I don't know how old you are, but you're definitely too old to be that naive. That'll never work. It'll never be nice numbers, and even if it is nice numbers, it'll not be nice enough numbers. So this is the electric furnace build. That is this one. That we will build. I mean, is there something we could sort of align it to? I could align it to these stations. Maybe? Make the build horizontal. Can't do that. I'm making them horizontal now. That's just the way it has to be. All right. My break. Have a good evening. Mondays aren't kind. No, they're not. I guess maybe. I don't know. They're kind of kind to me because I get my kids back. So there's a thing there. All right. I'm going to take a short break. Then we'll be back. I'll have to figure out what the hell we're going to do about this one. So see you guys in 2 minutes. welcome back. Let's see. Star Wars version of Visual? How strange. I don't know. I don't know what I can imagine anymore. Alright, I'm having issues with this. I know I've been having issues with this before, but they keep coming back, these issues I have with this. I wish someone would sort of say it before me, but I guess you don't say it, you just leave. There's really not enough playing the game in this series for me. Like, I don't get what's wrong, but I'm just not. It's really weird because I want to enable editor tool. I just do like that, then I have an editor tools enabled. But the thing is, I don't think it actually makes a difference. That's my main gripe with this. Like, it's fun to do the designs and like building these kind of things, super cool. But afterwards, implementing this shit, not fun at all. Just not fun. Just not fun. And laying trains and figuring out the spacing for all of the signals, and the horror of finding out that your tracks are not matching the city blocks, and it's that kind of thing. It's always trains that get me. Is it? I don't know. It just feels like. So it feels so difficult for me to get into the groove of what it is I need to do here. Let me see. I do need. Yeah, they need to come in from both sides. Yeah. Find the second part mod fun. It's more implementation, and you can see the designs come to life. Yeah, implementation, yes, but the thing is, like, I think it's the part that gives me the gratification is to just see the belts just flowing and the trains just coming in. And the problem is, like, when we built this gigantic thing, I spent 20 hours on building it, and I got my 5 minutes of looking at it working. And it's that ratio of just effort to reward that's just completely skewed. I'm not gonna try biter battles. It's no, I don't need a helper to play along, because then I'm gonna be just doing management, and I don't want that. So don't start. Sorry. Don't go down this path again. That's not what I'm not looking for advice. I'm not like, hey, try PI. No, try RimWorld. No, I don't want to go there. So don't make me go there. I just have to figure out what it is that I want to do. And because the parts that are super cool is the fact that we've done like some really, really cool designs. I just want to see them work. I want to see this freaking thing work, and it doesn't, and it's not going to work for the next 100 hours. That's the thing. That is the essence of it, is the fact, and that's why I did the stuff I did for my reverse Megabase, and that's why the reverse Megabase is way more brilliant than people give it credit for. The fact that it was working from the start was such a boon. It just made it so much more engaging and fun, and you replace some cheat with something. With something real. And in this case, I mean, it's so tempting to build these and then just have them flow in so I could see this working, but then I'd also sort of have to invent something else up here. It's just we've been playing 100 hours in this one, 125 hours. It's probably like 24 hours here and 100 hours here. That means there's going to be another 100 hours before the whole thing actually turns on, and I just can't see that happening. I just can't see that happening. Yeah, here it all starts with the last component. Yeah, when I watched the when I did the base review for the one from Kinemo, I was so envious of just the whole part that he shared it with me, and then I was like, oh, sorry, I didn't have the time, and he was like, no, it's all right. I mean, I'm gonna double it for next weekend, and I was like, ah, oh, that's so nice, right? And space science, right? Hey, Einstein, thank you for the old one. I don't know what it is. I think it's also a big part of it is also the distances. Hello, just a minute to say hello and congrats on the beautiful transition. I can't catch the stream tonight. Too many cuts. Too many cuts. What? What do you get enough? Did you get in a knife fight again, Miss Timony? I have told you not to do that. It's not good for you. I have like there's a giant. That is a freaking giant biter. All right, I'm playing without biters. Burn down the house. I'm moving. Yeah, slap. All right. How would I take this stuff? How many percent far are you think you are? Less than 50 on the first half, so less than 25. Okay, let me. Let me think about the stuff that I like about this. It is definitely the design. The design is awesome and it's unique and it's interesting and it's fun. That I love. And the scale is also super good. Let's talk about the things that I don't like. The fact that I can't start anything. There's too much work before I get a tiny bit of gratification from seeing it working. So that's definitely a big thing. The other thing is the size of it. It means that when even with sort of having trains that sort of always come in, there's just a lot of waiting time. And that's the part that, like the whole prospect of building like a giant thing like this is, even in creative mode, there's so many things that have to be done anyway. Faster and more interesting to watch, yes. I think a big part of it is also the mining facilities are, I think that inherently, and I don't think I can do it different. I don't think I can do it common mines for this. It's simply too big. I can't do a facility that does 2,000 steel per second. The amount of iron I need to get in, it's going to choke up any kind of design I would do anyway. That you can't design. Yeah, exactly, Wild. I can't design the small module. That's exactly right. I can't design the small module. I can't. Nothing is going to work until the whole thing is active, and that's the shit thing, right? Yeah. So that's what I mean by this too much work before I get the gratification on just seeing things work. And even when we're done with the purple, then which is going to be another 20 hours of building this part here, at least, then it's only going to be active for 2 minutes, and then I'll basically literally, I'll see the trains come in here, unload, and that's it. This will start working, sure, but best case, I'll lead one train out here and get it in here, and then that's it, right? You got to be motivated for the end goal. There has to be like an end goal that gets us there, that we're working towards. Otherwise, you're just stuck in a grind. If you're not sort of interested in the, I really don't know what to do, and I hate the fact that it's been so much of a common theme here in these streams. I wish I could just do some. I wish I could just do some speed runs and then be like, but today we're gonna do another speed run. Start from scratch. Speed run, woo! But I can't, and I won't. World's worst speedrunner. I don't want to do a speedruns because I don't think it's fun. I think it's horrible because I like talking to you in chat. The thing is, I don't know what else to do then. That's kind of, if I had like a million good ideas otherwise then. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know. I really just don't know. I'm such a loss. And it gets worse every time I play. And I hate it. Boxes. What am I missing? Ah, the white ones. Don't think I have those in the train. See, this is also one of the things, right? I'm now stuck without the white inserters that I absolutely need. Like, alright, so I have to go back to get some white inserters just for the thing. Or I have to go down this path of just going... Oh, look! I magically had them. No one noticed. I actually had them all along. They were just in my inventory. No. The problem per se, it isn't, I mean, there isn't any problem per se. It's just that, what are we then doing, right? If 1, 2, 3. Let's have a contest. I don't want a contest. I hate PvP. I hate it with a vengeance. Because maybe it's because I hate losing, but also like, so, because then it's gonna, so, it's gonna be, everything is gonna be about building fast. So if I was competing against anti-elites on their front, they would win 100 times out of 100 because they just built faster. But their base would look like shit, and mine would be neat, but do 1/10 of what they do. So no matter how you twist and turn your competition, a speedrunner always wins. Because if you can build faster, then... Also, I like getting distracted. That's really what I enjoy. You can slow down, you can talk to whatever, whenever there's no time pressure. I can get distracted, I can get carried away by a hype train if those happen. Then I can do all of that, and I cannot do that if I'm speedrunning or if I have a limited time challenge, and that's why I don't do anything that can't be paused. Like, remember when I played Doom Eternal? I mean, I had a good time, but no one else had a good time because I couldn't talk to chat and it was just too frantic and there was no breaks, and that's why. Exactly. Games like XCOM. Yeah, ONI is okay because as I get better at it, I can kind of cope with it, right? Oops, that's the other side. So I am never ever going to do any kind of those challenges because I just don't find them to be... I find them to be a complete waste of my time. And someone who cancelled on Patreon the other day, one of them, was actually like, oh, there's too much chatting and not enough Factorio. And I was like, you know what? That's actually, it's fine by me if you cancel because of that. Because I actually don't want to be playing like hardcore, being the best Factorio player, and the only thing I do is just play Factorio. I'd rather be, hey, this is entertainment and we have fun with whatever we do here. That seemed reasonable, that one as well, I think. There. Good. Yeah, it's trying to find an idea. That's what I've explicitly said, that I don't want ideas because I don't want to be coming off as the guy who just says no to all the ideas. So I appreciate it, but I'm not. Let's say for a while, it might be all right to revisit at some point. I know I'm not going to be doing that. I'm mostly here for the chatter. Yeah. Appreciate that, Bartek. All right, so yeah, bikini hot tub streams are all the rage. That's gonna be what I do now, right? Yeah. Built on hard mode. I don't know what hard mode is. This is like the basic premise of it, and then it goes into balancers like these, which you've done. These out. Okay, so I'm gonna take a bit of a time out here and just talk a bit about my upcoming idea for a let's play of Factorio, and then we can see if that has any interests. So basically, for the people who are on Patreon, then I asked on Patreon for what do you want to see, and everyone wanted to see more Factorio stuff. So I was just like, okay, so what are the Factorio stuff that I could do that I've sort of been thinking about doing, and how would that work? I'm being very, say, liberal with these. Yeah, so what are the... Loses out of the excitement. Yeah, I know FX. I know. Got that. Yeah, so let's talk about the thing I was like a lot of people, like a surprising amount of people have been asking me, is there an updated base in the book? And And for that question, I've always been like, yeah, it's called the masterclass, so it has everything. And then I was sort of like, all right, if you want something that's completely like that, then I can do that. But then I would go like all in, and then go basically like you can. The idea would be that it would of course be, it would basically be this base we have over here, because this one is built exactly to try to get that result in. It would basically be this kind of base, not like, actually it would almost be this base, which is kind of building the same thing again. But the idea would be to build a base that is as planned out from the beginning as possible, so that you have all the room you need, and you can simply stamp down. I mean, this, everything here is a blueprint, like a city block blueprint. Of course, like stuff like this doesn't make any sense, but you can basically go like, okay, so what are the first things we want to do? The first thing is we want to have our starting materials, and then we want to build our jumpstart base next to it. But we also have to realize that jumpstart base has to be transitioned out later, as well as the initial materials. Will you finally do 96 city blocks? Nope, I can see no reason why you want to do 96 city blocks. Because this part actually works really, really well, and 96 has a million other problems. And I wouldn't be able to fit this design in here, which is super, super powerful. The fact that you can exactly fit in this part is really nice. So the idea would be like, first we build these things, and then I would sort of give the blueprints for that already, and then we would sort of move on and branch into getting a bit of the iron, a bit of the copper going, build it up to the bus, build the first part of this, build the hub, expand up here to that one, and the power, the labs, go down here, expand this, expand here, get some steel added, get further up, get the military going, solar panels, the half of the solar panels, get down and work on oil, and basically all the time just having sort of not just the blueprints from not just the masterclass blueprints, but simply having them as city block blueprints, so that everything would be neatly organized in a city block, and then you simply stamp that down if you want to, or you can also just have them there, and then that means like it shows the progression, like when are you going to scale up from just having like this small parts, and then when you're going to scale up to the whole part, the double part, the triple part. And it would basically be like, the idea would be like you would have like one blueprint book, and then basically one episode would have the blueprints for that end of that episode inside there. And then the numbers would be, I've been thinking about it, that would be 0.0. So this one would be minus 1.0. This would be 1.0. This would be 1.1 and 0.1, and so on and so forth, right? So that basically, okay, so I can see that by episode 17 we have an update to the red circuits. So this is the red circuit build. We can see that the blueprint is called -1, 1, 2, -1 and 2, and that would be this blueprint that you would then update, stamp it down, and then you'd have to do the bus management yourself. I think that would be like a fun challenge to build it, and it would be something that would be extremely noob friendly. Like if anyone sort of, I want to build a base, how do I build a base? Like literally stamp down these blueprints and that's it. Then you can basically paint by numbers and get the base going. And the idea is hit paint by numbers. Yep. And I don't know if it would be interesting or useful. I mean, personally, I would feel like it's a bit too much hand-holding, but I also think that it, for some people, it'd be really nice. You could also go like the other way around and just say, all right, you know what? I am just going to go to creative mode, and then I'm going to take from the last episode and stamp down the blueprints there in order. And then once that's done, stamping all of those down, then I know I have a fully functional base that delivers X signs per minute, and then I can start megabasing. It would also be like exactly as if you want to start making a megabase, but you don't bother with skipping the first part, then you could basically like, sounds like a masterclass episode than a series, to be honest. If I'm a regular YouTube viewer, I'll just see the same designs I've already seen. Yes, that's exactly right, Zephyr. That's exactly right. You will see exactly the same designs that you have, but at this point, how am I going to make red and green signs better than they are? They're pretty good. Just have a default base to start a megabase fast and efficient. Exactly, that's the second part of it, is you take the last ones, go into creative mode, you stamp down the blueprints wherever you want, and then of course you need to figure out how to feed it with trains, but it's going to be like a setup without the top part here. I think I'll leave room for up here for 3 nuclear power plants. I think that's the best part. Playing the base in the book. Yes. Hello everyone. We see lots of comments, questions. How do I put it all together? Yeah. So I can't listen to your stream. I'm watching your YouTube video. Yeah. Okay. Your excuse then. And so the one question I would have is, I can play this in several different ways. Can we also have concrete under it? Can you blueprint the colors? No, I can't blueprint the colors because then it wouldn't be vanilla anymore. I would also not blueprint under the blueprints because that would force you to use the concrete underneath, which I don't think is fair. It's much better just to have a separate design for the sacred path, the basic concrete, and the full concrete, hazardous, all that stuff that you can just go, okay, now it's done. Stamp, 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 stamp. Right? So I'm thinking like, how would it be in terms of episodes? Well, there would be like, the first episode would just be like establishing the jumpstart base and just explaining the rules. Then sort of establish the first iron and copper, getting it into the greens, building the hub. I'm not saying sort of how the episodes would go, building the science part, scaling up here, adding steel and stone bricks to this location. Then you'd go up and build the military and probably the solar, but I can't do the other part. Then the next comes into to build the oil part, which you then build the oil part, and you can build the red circuits, and you can build the blue science, and then you build the solar panels. After the solar panels, we start expanding some solar panels. Somewhere along the way, we'll have some perimeter defense as well. And of course I can't sort of, how are you going to hook up the oil? I don't know, because it depends on what your map is going to look like. But basically I have some criteria about where you want the water, where you want your, basically I'd want to say, when you start the base, you want to have your starting materials clumped up more than I would normally prefer, because you really ideally want them to be inside one city block. That city block is going to be this city block because it's not going to be used for much. And that means this city block will be your jumpstart base, because you can see here military things for, it's only, well, explosive grenades. Maybe that's actually something that's useful. Basically I need to figure out, and then I would have this one for the stone, oh no, sorry, the furnaces. What are they called? What are they called? Steam engines. Steam engines. Yeah, steam engines. Weird. Yeah. Suggested map seed, yeah, just like that's the map seed we're playing on. And then the idea was then after we build that, we would have to build trains, get the stuff in here, set up how you build the trains. There would be some blueprints for these kind of things, which would also be like super modular as much as possible, probably using my modular planning thing. Exactly, the planning would be very much like a speedrunner planning, except it would all be packaged really neatly, and at the end of each episode, you basically just, this is the progression of this episode. The one thing I'm kind of thinking about is how I would build it. Whether it would be possible for me to build it here on stream, and then with adequate number of saves. And this is where I will then ask one of the beautiful, lovely, extraordinary moderators to see if we can have the server take saves every half hour and not overwrite them, but simply have them and maybe upload them to a Google Drive so that I know that I have saves every half hour. Because, yeah, then we could build it here on stream, and then I could go back and do. Hey, Boom. Hey, Battles. Yeah, there's a new idea coming. We're thinking about. We are thinking about. I'm talking about the ideas I've had. This is over the weekend, and some of the ideas that I have for a future series and what would be interesting. You have so much trains in your starter base. Yes, that's how you get stuff in. And I think it would definitely be a starter thing. Definitely a starter thing. And then we can, yeah, of course, assuming the playing on server. I want to be back on the server so I can actually see events. Otherwise, it would be just a batch script, I guess. I would have to write on my own damn self, copying the saves over somewhere else, which even I could probably not do. I probably could, but I also mess it up anyway. So what do you think about that idea? The base would then be, I think the base would be looking like very much like this, but I would want to have like a row of solar panels on the outside, and then have the walls out here as a perimeter wall, and then solar panels all the way around, and then perimeter, and then make room for up here 1, 2, 3 nuclear power plants as well. I think that would be like, the base would look really good, and it would just be like enemies active. Yeah, I think that's the part, because I think this base would, I think they definitely have to have enemies active. I think unfortunately, and this is the part I don't like, is that I even make the whole base a single blueprint, only at the end, because the problem with making the whole thing a blueprint is that it doesn't work very well if you take and just start stamping it down, aligning it exactly. It's not pretty. It's actually doable now, but it's so what do you think of that idea? You're gonna go from small to starter, yeah. Okay, so that's the core of the series, so that every episode would be starting with, today we are going to do X, and full death world. Hold on. All right, so we can okay. I have to split it. The idea would be on YouTube. Each episode would be, today we're going to do X, build, cut, build, cut, build. Here it is, and blueprints are available in the description. Short, sweet, getting more progress than normal, because we've seen those, and maybe we'll cut out the parts where we just run back and forth and place power poles and place inserters and run up, get more inserters, run down, put more inserters, that kind of thing. We can just skip that. So it'll be more like my Satisfactory series, where there's our Dyson Sphere program series, where we've done the work and then sort of cut between the things. That would be sort of the experience on YouTube. Hey, company, and then we could look at how would the experience be here on Twitch. Now again, I'm just brainstorming. The full death world. I'm not super keen on that, but on the other hand, I kind of want to have. We could do something that something with Twitch integration, right? I think that would be fun, so that when I play this on stream, it's not just going to be like build, done. Because when we'll build it too fast because we know what we want to do, and it'll of course be a lot of fidgeting about sort of where we want this. But if we also want to make some challenges about it, then something has to be different. Probably need to start in an editor. Well, yeah, Jeff, I would want to do that, except isn't that what we've already been doing here? Because it's going to be pretty much a similar layout to this. I really like the fact that I can squeeze oil in between the smelting here and then get the coal in at the same time. There's going to be some issues with very, very late game about the amounts we get out here. Would the Twitch preparation be able to keep up with the YouTube viewers? It would be the other way around. You could, at 4 hours of stream every other day, we would be way ahead. But that's not a problem. So my thought is like, what kind of Twitch integrations have we found before that was fun to do? Something with biters might be fun. I have a change list. I have a lot of things that I want different. But I don't think it's enough for me to build the entire base and then strip it down. I guess I think it's enough for me to say, okay, I'm somewhere between building blue science and here. For example, I have some space up here. Then I think I'm going to push where I'm going to build the little RoboRush build I have. I want to have that room for that somewhere. So I've kind of been just laying it out in an Excel sheet just to get a sense of how I would distribute things and if I put some things different places. Yeah. So what would we do to make the Twitch integration? I'm kind of thinking like the idea about spawning biters here and there was kind of fun. That would sort of keep me from being, it would keep me honest and make sure that I actually build the perimeter and make sure the perimeter is there. To some extent, I actually found that it's and alternatively would be something like doing the stuff with the meteors that we had for the space exploration. I know people love that. I didn't quite love it, but that's because it was kind of abused. It ended up being sort of like I couldn't get people into the stream. Everyone would go to Hafola's stream and then just come in and raid. I was like, all right, well, that's not how it's supposed to be. But it could be something like, I don't know, meteors on a hype train, for example. When a hype train reaches a new level, or no, not a new level, but when it completes, then meteors strike down or something, right? I don't know. We can think about that. But what is that bar blue line under Nilos? Nothing. It's nothing. It's just for show. To create a Nilos versus chat game mode where you have to defend your base against chat who can spawn biters otherwise. Why? Don't know if it's possible. I think it's possible. The way that we have done it before was that we that means Timbo made it, was that was for the ribbon maze where, but it was also for something else. Like, which one was it? We've had those where they spawned at the edge of vision. I like that one. Right? That worked really well. I think that was that's was pretty cool, and it made it quite a bit of a challenge. And actually, was that the maze? I don't think it was the maze. On the maze, we had it like a random spot because it was in the maze. But we had another one where they spawned at the edge. Yeah, did we have one that spawned at the edge of the vision? What was it? It was something else that spawned at the edge of vision. Because at first I was in doubt whether you could actually do the edge of vision thing. Was it the launch 1.0? Was that really? That was spawning biters at the edge. For every sub there was a biter. Ah, yeah, that's since during Brown. Oh, that was fun for everyone except one. Yeah, I think I'd like to do that, right? So you can get something out of throwing gift subs at me. You can interact with the base, and um, but I don't know if we should be brainstorming on stream here, but I I like the I don't know if it's possible now, Timbo. I'm just throwing ideas out here. I'd like the idea of you know what? Okay, hype trains are kind of implicit, right? Production order. Yeah, I do. Yeah, what's the budget? Yeah, that's the problem. The budget is not very much when it comes to me paying Timbo for making things. So I'm kind of thinking like, all right, what if it was? It's basically Twitch chat versus me. The objective for me is to design the base so I can use it for my YouTube series, which means I need a big fat pause button on all of this so that it doesn't happen during my recording, because that's kind of not great, right? Lisa, okay, so here's the idea. Subs generate spawners exactly like we did it for the maze and the launch, like the same scale, same part, only one every 5 minutes at a maximum, and then doubling it after. The stuff we did for 1.0. Awesome, just copy paste it so you don't get a challenge there. The other part is what I'd really like to do, or really don't like to do, is for every X bits donation, we get a meteor throwing down somewhere within vision. In a random chunk, you get a. But I don't know about this meteor thing, because that's something that would have to be like extracting it out of the space exploration mod, and I don't know if we can do that. But I don't want the hype train part, because the hype train part is something that I can see when it's coming. So as we approach the last 20 seconds of hype train, I'm going to be like, panic, 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 do something. And I don't want that, because that one, I want to be like, yay! So I want to make something where if someone just comes in and, I don't know, donates $10, then smash a meteor, and they're like, right? And then it would be random, and we've done this with the raids, so the mechanic of this is there, but unfortunately it'll have to sort of to add a modded atom bomb with a small radius to set off one of these. Oh, that would be cool. That would be better than meteors. Just a random nuke that explodes. And thank you for the 200 bits. Moab incoming. I don't know what that means. Mother of all bombs. Okay. No. I just wanted. I think I just wanted a fixed size, and we'll have to find out what that size is. Is that for every X, and I'm thinking 1000 bits. For every 1000 bits, an explosion happens somewhere in the base. And the question is then, is it always only in the base, or could it be like, oh, it exploded out here, so nothing happened? Or is it always going to be within X tiles of me? I don't know. If it's in radar range, then if you look at, for example, the base now, it would be more likely to not hit anything. And I don't like that. And I don't want it to explode on the player, because I don't think that's fun, because then I'll just be like, I'm dead again. Yay, fun. But that's something we can think about. But Jeff, Timbo, do you, what do you think? Doable? And we can tweak the size of the explosion, the intervals, the something. A 3-chunk radius of the current player. That's like 3-chunk radius. Let's see. So how much is that? How do we select chunks here? We don't. Well, okay. Can we find something that's? And I'm just kind of thinking like the explosion blows up at the majority of a chunk. I don't know. Probably not a. Grid display. Yeah, so it would be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. So on the sidewise, it would be basically the screen worth, and then up there. How about level 3 train field? That's 3 chunks. No. How about not? It's nothing to do with hype train. I don't want it to be anything to do with the hype train. Because the hype train, I would like to be able to participate in a hype train without knowing that as the countdown is, I have to run away from my base. That's not going to be fun for you. It's not going to be fun for me. It's not going to be fun for the engagement of a potential hype train should it ever occur. So it's not going to be a hype train. It's going to be this fixed donation, because then you can control it exactly when it happens without me knowing it. If it's a hype train, then I can count down to it as much as you can, and that's going to take a lot of the fun out of it. Hello, Draco. Yeah, so I think I've settled on these things. What's looking on to now? All right, so the way that you can screw me over while I try to build what is actually a very simple base. The base is going to be simple, so I'm going to be... It's not going to be a challenge to actually build the base, but the challenge comes in the fact that if someone wants to just screw me over one way or the other, then you can do that. Transport biters, Ninos cannot use flamethrowers, laser turrets, or only have 100 turrets on. Why? Why would that be the point? A hidden bomb in a chunk that detonated when the player near. No, it's not gonna be. That's not fun. It's not fun. Think about. I mean, I can see the idea that it would be, like, I don't know. Draco has planted a bomb, and then there's a ping, and I can see that it's right there. And they go, crap. And then 5 seconds later, it explodes. That's fine. I like that idea. But explode on the player when I get near. Why is that fun? I don't destroy a base. No, but you maybe want to support and give me a bit of a challenge. Because one turret can take out 1,000 biters. That's why you are creating spawners at the edge of vision instead. Yeah, see, Randomax, I don't like that idea. That's why I ignored it. Disappearance of fuel in a random train. It's just tedious. It's like, oh no, one of your trains. Okay, oh, okay. I go out and put some train in fuel. Oh, whatever. Right. Me and Timbo think that detonating an atomic bomb somewhere in the player's vicinity would be doable, including customizing the size of the explosion. Awesome. I like the idea that it is near me, but I'd like to have, when I hear a magnanimous dispensation, which would be, then it would spawn like 10 bombs around me, which is kind of a lot. And then I would have like there would be a countdown, and then I just have to run away from it. Nuclear launch detected. Yeah. So we've decided on the features. Thank you, Jeff. It's awesome. And I'm sorry to just live brainstorm and just basically putting you on the spot. I am trying to do something that we have done before, but kind of make a bit of quirks to it, so that on the one hand, it's not like a massive amount of work for you, but on the other hand, there's also a bit of creativity in it. No, 1000 bits. It's just going to be 1000 bits, but I wanted, of course, as a parameter. 1000 bits and no timeout, because subs spawn spawners at the edge of vision. So there's two ways you can screw with me. You can blow up me and my surroundings, and the other one you can screw up with me is just to spawn biter spawners at the edge of vision, which is not a big problem in the beginning, but if you ignore them, they just keep going and keep going and keep going. Won't that be happening constantly? Draco, let me just think about it. So far today, there's been 500 bits. So total of the 2 hours we've been playing would have been 0 nukes. I think I'll manage. Can edge of vision be within walls? Nope. Only if I do a brownout. But that's today. Is that typical? Yes. It's typical for the last couple of weeks. For April, it's been very typical. So yes. But then, I mean, if something happens, it's awesome. But if not, then the idea is that if there's an incentive, it makes it more fun. Exactly. Then we'll do something where 11 to stupid. Thank you for the 9 months.
Welcome home.
I wanted to swat him by ruining his base. Well, Patreon then. That doesn't ruin the base. Smells like a challenge in here. Well, I think that I think it will be a challenge because the actual base building will not be a challenge. It'll be something that I'd like to just fiddle with, and okay, but what about when I get 8 lanes? Then I actually should make room for an 8 to 4 splitter, or maybe an 8 to 6 splitter when it gets to blue belt. And I'm going to be sort of tinkering with these small things, and if there's nothing else than that going on, then it might just be like, all right, come on, get on with it. You're tinkering with something that really doesn't need that much tinkering, because I want to make sure that things get sort of precision correctly, and therefore then having these other things that can happen will make it pretty cool, I think. Cool. I have decided the integration. Yeah, and I mean, the worst case is that if it explodes near the power and takes out the power, and we get a brownout and radars shut down and biters spawn, then they'll spawn inside the base. That's going to be less than ideal. But I think it's going to be fun. I've been sort of mulling over an idea and talking to the moderators about, like, hey, how about some idea about streamer versus chat? And then to make it more interesting, then I have a design priority to do while I'm building a relatively simple base, right? Do we like it? So, 19 out of 20 ideas are destroying anything. Yep. That's because if we take a sample of around 300 people, then there's 286 who want to see the world burn and 1 person who tries to build it. So yeah, You guess you can guess who's who. Maybe 2 because I think I have Draco on my side. Channel points have 0 impact. I hate channel points. That's why we just burn them for votes. The first few times it'll be fun certainly, but after a few days it'll become a drag, to be honest. Well, we've been trying it before, and I think it's a cool idea. You should ask Timbo to include some way to adjust thresholds in case it gets too hectic. Yeah, we can do that, but we already did like a self-balancing for the subs. Thank you, the factory must grow larger. Looking forward to nuking things. Yeah, okay, so now everyone's just holding back. Chat to the level that he integrates. I have no idea who Dog is. So, yeah. Hey Draco, looking forward to not nuking things. Yeah, get your bits in now because they are not going to be destroying anything right now. Yeah, Bartek. So when? Well, I'm going to take a 2-minute break, and when I come back, I expect to see a new version on my ready deployed. No. Roy is turning it into a regrettable interaction the way Clowntown thing went. Yes, that's why he's... No break yet. Thank you, Timbo. I agree, Jeff. And that's also why I am deliberately... He does it the way that when something happened, it just absolutely destroys his base. And I don't think that's fun. But if I'm having a base like this and someone... Now, what is this? This is like... That would have been 2 bombs that would have been planted. So, yeah, it would suck if it blew up like this part. Especially because, for one reason, I can't just build redundancy. I can't build redundancy in this. Because I have to design it in a specific way. So, that's kind of the difficult part. That I can't just go like, well, I'm just going to build 2 hubs because if something blows up, then at least I have the other one. Thank you, Bartek, for the 5 gift subs. 636 subs. I would imagine that's actually more than Timbo has at this point, isn't it? And Draco, 300. I'm pro fireworks when Hype Train completed. Yeah. And Siladon, thank you for the conversion of the Twitch Prime Gaming thing to a normal sub. Doesn't add to the Hype Train, unfortunately, but... It's nice. Timbo gifts can compare. First target all hubs. Yeah, that's the issue then. Is like, how do I... That's also why I'm like... The bombs shouldn't be too big. And maybe they shouldn't be sort of centered around me. But an alternative would be... Select a random tile, but it has to have buildings in it. And then blow up. But I don't know if you can check has buildings. Thank you, Astarhan, for the 300 bits. Yeah, I mean, the worst parts would be definitely be, I don't know. Hey, Timbo, comparing 747. You are a jumbo jet, aren't you, Timbo? Not even close. Go compare. Thank you so much. Well, there's still a way to go, Bartek. But then again, Timbo has been at it for a wee bit longer.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Yeah, Forno, I understand that. But I think that the joy that I see in chat and the misery that you see with me is going to be the part that makes it fun.
Champion returns. Welcome home.
Raise to 1,000. What about you, Vichu? You're also up there, aren't you?
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Happy to blow some stuff up. Please do. Eco bombs to spawn a lot of trees. That's even worse. That's
a new subscriber.
450, so a bit off. I mean, you can still make it. You can still make that.
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
And Barthak with 10 gift subs. All right, 646. You're 101 away from Timbo. But that's So this would actually add a tally to the subs, and then you can see how many are the way it works for the people who did not want work. Whoa, whoa.
It fills you with determination.
Hey, Warren with the 5,000 bits. All right, that would be 5 bombs in my neighborhood. I'm like, run away, run away.
Our modest fellowship expands.
Yeah, so the way it would work with subs is that at the edge of vision, now let's pretend we only have this space. So at the edge of vision, there would be spawning now a biter nest, a single biter nest for a tier 1, 2 biter nests for a tier 2, 5 biter nests, 1 biter nest for tier 1, 2 biter nests for tier 2, and 5 biter nests for tier 3. There we go. Let's get the numbers right. And then it would spawn out here. But of course, if 10 subs are gifted, it would be 1, and then it would start a 5-minute countdown until the next one could spawn. So it cannot spawn more than once every 5 minutes. But once if the list goes more than 10 or 12, then it starts double spawning to sort of burn through the backlog faster. I was about to get 1,500 bits, but I cannot match 5,000. Thanks. Oh man, look at that, Warren. You just ruined it. Sometimes a big donation or a gift sub is oppressive, and people go like, okay. For example, when Julian just came in and go like, smash, smash. There we go. This is mine. Thank you, Evan Saint. Thank you for the 560 bits. You don't have to be the one who wins the hype train to be bringing joy to my life. I'm really happy that we could have a good one-on-one talk here. 1 on 300 talk. New version of Airplane. Oh, you're a new plane. 7557. Yeah. Thank you, Timbo. And you're back in the lead. And new plane. 787? Is that a thing? No, 797, right? Yeah, the higher numbers are lighter. Yeah. Are they? I don't know. But someone can still go like an Airbus or something. Dreamliner? 787 is a Dreamliner. Okay. Saffrahash, thank you for the 1,500. You did it anyway. Thank you. But what about an Airbus 380? What else do we have that has like version numbers? We also have like a resplendent offering. Thank you, Warren. So we have Timbo in the lead with 20 gift subs and a Warren with the 5k bits. Video cards have versions. Ah, yes. That's true. That's the Boeing Concorde concept. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah. As long as it's a prime number, we're okay. Just want prime numbers. What are we not having here? Oh. Oh? Oops.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sun.
No, I don't actually think I want to go back. 787 is prime. Of course, I said it's prime.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated. Our modest fellowship expands.
And almost, this one's almost done. Thought I actually had something left here.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the
Well, well, well. A level 3 hype train. Thank you so much for that. And you can't even destroy my base. That is very nice of you to donate, despite you not being able to destroy my base.
subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
So taking a break from true Megabase then. I guess I kind of have to, but, well, not kind of have to, but as you were kind of also maybe guessing, I like the concept, but the actual build of it is not really not really doing it for me. Oh, actually, maybe that is purposeful. No, can't be that. But we're not going to be taking a break just now. We are going to take a break when the mod is ready. All right, we're down to 1:30. 1 minute and 30 seconds left, and it seems that there might be a snipe coming on the subs. You never know. You never know. But looks like the bits seem rather safe. All I can hope is that there's going to be enough snipe that it rolls over to level 4, but that is unlikely. You never know. You never know. Let's see. Oh, here. We can extend. There we go. There's Bartek with the 10 gifts up. Can always hope, indeed. Indeed. It would be nice to have more than 2 people duking it out. The best ones are the ones where there's duking out both the bits and the subs. That's... And thank you, Arslan, for the 200 bits more. What do we got? In 37 seconds. Let's see. What are we at? And what is it? It takes 10 gift subs to roll over, so or 4,600 bits. All right, and we are out of time. 15 seconds. Bartek gifting 5 subs, enough to steal it back. And Timbo gifting 10 subs, and Draco gifting. Woo, here are the last of my bits, cause I'm not paying to bomb your base. Oh no. Oh, I don't want you to not. My last of my bits, just cleaning out your account. Thank you so much, Daiko. And it also just happens to be enough to snipe the but that was one hell of a rollover. Bartek with 5, Timbo with 6, and Timbo again with another 5. Why was the another 5 there? I mean, to be nice, of course, but yeah. Wouldn't the 6 have been plenty to steal it back? Ah, he needed the 5 to be... Ah. Okay, okay. Yeah, okay. I thought you were just at a 5 interval of each other. And we have Draco in the lead here. On the gift sub side. Warren, didn't you say earlier? No, that was Wesker who had it, and Wesker said that he was leaving. Yeah. But someone is gonna snipe me. That's okay. Oh, that's... a kind gesture. This also like... This is the last of my chips. This is all I have. Is that a challenge, or do you want to support you without destroying things? Oh, that's so nice of you. But please, you're welcome to destroy things. It's fine. What would be the thought of a way to give bits that, if includes a specific mode, it doesn't bomb the base? I don't know. I kind of don't want to make it too complicated, both for the developers, but also for the guy who has to test it live in production. Why am I doing this? I don't know. Oh yeah, I wanted to go back because I was missing some. Missing something on this one. There.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly
You don't want to bomb gift 500 2 times. What?
A
resplendent offering. Did someone say testing and production? That's how we do things around here. I only have the production environment, so that's the...
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
I mean, you can... See, we don't call it testing and production anymore. We just call it continuous integration, and it's a fashionable thing. Split it up into 2 messages, each under 50k if you don't want to... No, that's not... I actually... if someone donates 300 and 300 and 300 and someone else donates 200, it should trigger. It should be sort of for every 1,000, not for every whole 1,000, if that's possible. So it's basically a tally that runs like that. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. Inglorious Biohazard for the Twitch Prime for 60 months. Good to see you still around. And A. Warren has accepted the challenge. This is a beautiful level 4 hype train. Yeah, I said for every 1,000. That could be like every time someone donates a whole 1,000, or it could be like for every 1,000 total donated, it just puts a bomb in, subtracts 1,000. That's kind of what I intended. Cumulative?
Welcome back.
I don't know if it's cumulative. That's cumulative for me would be like first launching 1 and then launching 2 and then 3. Oh, I thought I just walked in front of a train. We'll go out here. Alright, 30 seconds for anyone. That is Timbo with 31 and a Warren with 8k bits. That is amazing. Woo! 10 more from Bartek. You are crazy. 20 seconds left.
Loyalty is greatly appreciated.
No, freak, that's not how it's going to be. It's going to be very, very straightforward because I'm going to have to explain it every single stream. So it's going to be something that I can actually cope with explaining. Oh, Timbo. No, Timbo. You are... Oh, damn it, stupid PayPal. You are... But you know that, Timbo. That should not happen to you. Oh, no. PayPal was too slow. Yeah. Thank you so much, Timbo, for the 19 subs. That would absolutely have destroyed it. And that would actually have made it a level 5 hype train, right? With the 10 plus 7 plus there. Woo!
A gleaming endowment.
But then it took 20 seconds. Normally that's more enough. Oh, right. Thank you so much to all the people who supported. Of course, particularly to Timbo and Bartek and Draco and a Warren who put in the majority of the work on this one. But everyone who participated, thank you so much. Yeah. See, I always feel bad when someone just a big smashing here at the end. But I feel less bad when it's a moderator who I can only say should know better.
You have returned.
I mean, I know it was 20 seconds. That sucks. There's no way to do it any other way. You can't buy them, pre-buy them. It is only when you click the button that it actually clears and then sends it off.
It fills you with determination.
Yeah, so there's no way to sort of know if it's going to take 20 seconds. Moderators are very much appreciated. So it's a gamble as always, yeah. Yeah, pre-buying bits is a thing. You can pre-buy bits and then keep it in your account, but you can't pre-buy gift subs. Looks like I can gift a sub out of my Twitch balance. Oh, really? What is the Twitch balance then? But then, yeah, I don't know. Thank you so much, everyone. That is super nice. Hey, Jazzy, thank you for the... a bit late. Joining here 25 months, more than 2 years.
A new subscriber arrives.
They were selling $100 gift cards for $80 a few years ago. Wow, that would be good.
A new subscriber arrives.
You wanted a central place where you can manage your gift card balance. Load the value associated with any Twitch gift card to your balance to make purchases fast and easy. Gift card balance can be used to purchase. Might change the sniping game. Still not gonna be like super. Can be used to base search the subs and bits. Aha. I mean, let's just say, Godnate, if you hear about any other option for buying those kind of cards, you let the community know, right? I'll of course keep, like, there used to be like a bleeding purple and there's September and you know those kind of things, right? But that would be nice for me to just casually mention to someone, like, you know, it's actually possible to buy these gift cards in case you want to.
Our modest fellowship.
All right, so let's.
Praise the sub.
There was a Spiffing Bit video about that last week. I think making $2 per max bit donation. Okay.
Welcome.
I mean, that's also what I'm.
Your steadfast loyalty is greatly
I think the best way
appreciated.
would be buying tier 3 subs. Because they have a. Is it? Hello, Patrick. Would it?
You have returned.
Okay, so. Yeah, and you have to be in the US so you can make it. I don't think. The funny thing is, like, we go like, haha, we make money from doing this, and Twitch is just like, whatever. They're not going to be crying themselves to sleep about that. But, you know, those kind of things are nice. I don't know why I picked this up.
Welcome.
Gift card balance not available in your current region. There we go. You can't even blame EU for that.
Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
I mean, maybe you can, but I don't think it's reasonable to do. I'm gonna block that one.
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
I can always blame them. Yeah.
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
That's gonna be that one.
You have returned. You have returned. Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Praise the sub. In Euro are currently available for purchase, redemption, and use by residents of Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, not Denmark, blah 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 blah.
We are building an army.
Ah, you can't list the countries that can't buy them because then they're going like, you didn't mention Liechtenstein or Monaco or San Marino or whatever other obscure republics that exist, that marginally exist.
Welcome back. Your steadfast
What do you need so many stackers for?
Appreciate.
Stacking. Yeah, I'm an educational streamer. I'm good at teaching the game. What I need stackers for? Stacking.
Returned.
Yeah. I am going to get 4. What are you stacking? Trains.
Back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
What?
Our modest fellowship
I'm answering your question.
Praise the sub.
Nah. This needs 400. Let's just show how much it actually
Our
needs.
illustrious champion
There.
returns.
So this is per second. It needs 400 steel, 400 stone bricks, and 200 red circuits. So that's what I'm gonna be stacking. Which is funny. I have 2 subs right now. For a long time via what? And someone a bit more recent via PayPal. What? You have to. Oh. Okay. I don't really get it. Why would that be cheaper? Never cancel your sub because it's actually cheaper how I do it right now. Okay, well, I think that as long as... Okay, so I think that I don't get the calculations, but I completely support your conclusion. So I can never cancel your sub. That's all I needed to know. And why do I need to know that? Because now I know even more than before that I don't have to be nice to you. Do you do base reviews? I absolutely do. If there's something valuable to base review, then I do. Someone has something exceptionally awesome to showcase. So if you have something that is in some way unique and interesting and people would learn from it, then I'd love to do a review of it. How many bits for a base review? You don't have to do, that's not how it works. If you have a good base, then I'll... How many times during your old job did you feel like saying, skip all the nonsense, just tell me the conclusion? Oftentimes. But I also just as often did it the other way around. Because a lot of developers, they go like, yeah, okay, we fixed the issue. I'm like, no. I've been yelled at for 2 hours now about this issue. I'd like to understand what the problem was. I'm not going to be placing any blame, but I need to understand it because I need to understand sort of, is it an edge case? Is it a continuity problem? Is it a simultaneity problem? What is the issue? And then when you understand the problem, then I can also go back and say, all right, as I told you, this platform we're working on is a piece of shit. Let me explain to you why. So I can't be just go like, problem is fixed. Yeah, but what was it? It's not there anymore. So no, sometimes you want to skip the conclusion, but it's honestly more about the person than it is about the task. Because there are the people where you go over to them, is this problem fixed? And I'm like, funny story. As I was looking through the code, I actually meant, oh, just tell me the conclusion. All right? Just tell me the conclusion. I got a meeting. While I would like to have the story, I just don't have 2 hours to go sort of going back 20 years through the code together with you. So yeah. Ooh, Jeff, you're working on base? Oh, nice. I love to see that. If I somehow change the time, I would have to pay... Oh, 30 shift. Ah, okay. Never looked through the code. I remember my first job when I was new and I had access to the code and I was sort of like looking at the code, and then I had one of the developers and I go like, I have this bug and I think it's here. And he was like, oh yeah, that's actually true. That's cool. And then he went to my keyboard with my log into the code and he just fixed it and checked it in. I was like, no problem. And later on, there was some of the other like consultants that were like, and developers as well, that were like, I saw a check-in from you. So I had to take a look at it. Like, that's brilliant. I didn't know you could code like that. Like, I can throw down with the best of them. So, except when someone then presses the blame button and I have to fix it because I was the one who checked it in. Yeah, be careful about taking credits. Oh, give me something to do with my bits, please. I have 20,000. If you have 20,000 bits, then I would suggest that you donate them to me. I can always use bits. If you're talking about channel points, then blow them on highlighting messages. Someone finds a problem with the code 5 years later. Exactly. Then I go like, well, I'm a project manager. Do you really want me to fix the code? Hey, it's quiet. When June is done, I need to take my break. Yeah. We only use those channel points for swaying the message, swaying the next poll. Enjoy your break. Thank you. There. Short break. Enjoy the animation transition here. Whoosh. We're back. Whoosh. I agree that there should be some kind of sound to wake you up. Like just a loud scream or something to that effect. Just to make sure that like twice an hour you wake up. I'm sure that will improve my stream in a lot of different ways. I'm awake, I promise. Oh yes, you are awake. Absolutely. What happened to the static sound? The static sound has to be embedded into the video, and I just got a new video from Vitu, and I did not take that video, get it through my video editing software, add the sound bit, and then compile it again. I didn't do that because reasons.
Welcome back.
Gambit Mash, thank you. Has subscribed for 3 months. I wish I could actually display how many months on that thing in the overlay. Had to be in the video. That's alright. Lack of time or laziness? Lack of time? Definitely not laziness. Okay. You're welcome to guilt me and just shake your finger at me. I ate a whole bag of chips yesterday, and I feel so bad. Like both mentally and physically. Thank you. Ganito. A whole bag of buggles. Buggles? Buggles? Whatever. How big? A small bag. But I felt bad. And I still feel bad. It's not great. It's not. Bugles. Bugles. Yes. Yes, that's what they call. Yes. You lost 4 kilos yesterday, so I treated myself to. You lost 4. What? Did you lose an arm or a leg or something? How did you lose 4 pounds yesterday? Like. And high speed, nice video about motivation. Thank you. I am actually really surprised at the reception of that. I was like, yeah, I'll get a few views and something, but it has really, it has. I mean, it has. It's sort of struck a nerve. Except that, let me just check something because I want to check something. Yeah, I'm still losing subs. I can't believe it. It's so weird. I have less subs than I had this morning. That is so crazy. It's going completely the wrong way. I have no idea how it's never happened to me before. I'm kind of. It's kind of weird. It feels weird at least. Yeah. 0.3 kilo is the maximum amount you can lose in fat in one day if you eat nothing and your metabolism doesn't go down. Okay. I don't know. Unsubscribe from channels. That's the thing, right? I also looked at it. See, Bartek, I got curious and I was like, okay, I'm gonna look at the last 3 days because those are the ones that have been flatlining. And then I was like, okay, so I got 600 new subscribers, but I also lost 597 subscribers. Right? 597 people unsubscribed in the last 3 days. That's crazy. So I went like, okay, so let me go a month back and check how much was there. And I was like, okay, so that was like 5,000 subs. Oh no, 6,000 subs plus, and then 900 cancellation unsubs. And I was like, okay, so in the last month, more than half of the unsubscribes in the last month has been in the last 3 days. That just seems iffy, doesn't it? So either it's because not playing Factorio, not playing Evil Genius, so screw you, I'm out of here. or it's or yeah. Have you checked in what way they subscribed? It just says on YouTube channel. It's not on my actual videos. It just says on YouTube channel. It's not on my channel. It's on YouTube. So it means that, I don't know. It just says YouTube. So it's just it's just really weird. I guess people just love vanilla let's plays with simple goals, reachable in 60 episodes. Yeah. Did your paid Chinese subs expire? Yeah, I think my sub farm in China, maybe that's been expiring. Maybe that could be it. Most likely. That's probably it, yeah. I'm gonna need to buy some more subs then. Anyway, the thing is, like, what I'm looking at, like, of course, the subs are ultimately completely irrelevant on YouTube, but it's nice to have, right? But I'm looking at the views, and of course they're trending downwards, but it's not like you would expect that if I suddenly went from 200 subs per day to 0 subs per day, that the views would also just have been crashing. But that's not the case. And the views are still like 2/3 not subscribed. So it's just like really weird. Use 5% of all Twitch subs for Chinese YouTube subs. Yeah, you know, I'd rather actually earn the ones I get. You know. I actually took the video I made today, and I also posted it on LinkedIn, because LinkedIn, you know, if you want a business advice for as a streamer, you think TikTok is hot? LinkedIn, that's hot. That is. I just have to figure out how it works. Can I add you? Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's actually you can add me or follow me on LinkedIn as well if you like. But one condition: mention that it's from the community, because if I get random requests from people I don't know, then I don't accept them. But if it goes like, "Hey, I'm following you on YouTube and I am Draco," and then like, cool. I don't know what it's gonna good for, but you know. Killing's worth it. Thank you for the 16 months. I do want to actually try my way with LinkedIn as well. Anyway, we have these things. I want to try to make some. LinkedIn over TikTok, hottest thing of all? I think so. I think that's. I honestly think so. If you talk monetization, absolutely. This one's gonna go out. I get a lot. I actually got a consultancy offer yesterday. It's pretty much dried up since I haven't been sort of following it. But I got a job offer as a consultant to do implement DevOps in the I've mentioned it, the One Stop Moms, the hottest dating site that is part of the Danish IRS. One Stop Moms. Wow. That is the perfect merge of Danish and English in to that was so should I be implementing DevOps at One Stop Moms? Moms is VAT in Danish, but they decided that One Stop is in English, but Moms is in Danish, so it becomes One Stop Moms, the hottest dating site sponsored by IRS. Hell yeah, sign me up. Yeah. Yep. I went to an interview at that place, and I was giggling like a little girl when they said it, and the two very professional female interviewers could not see the funny part, and I could not really press the issue because, well, I was like, seriously? Is that the name? Yes. Seriously? Yeah, what's wrong with it? Nothing, I guess. VAT, value added tax. There's no way they didn't know. Well, they played it pretty cool anyway, at least. Yeah, so it's... I would love to find that man, because it is a man, somewhere higher up in the hierarchy who has come up with that name, and it's just like, we have 80% female employees in our in this organization. Deal with it. It's a European thing, yeah. It's a pan-European way of doing the VAT reporting. It's a good idea. But I mean, maybe consider the naming. But yeah, whatever. I mean, those there are some really, really unfortunate names, and luckily most of them have sort of vanished after the invention of the internet. And you can probably still remember some of them, right? I saw one that is it was like used clothes for kids, and it's kids exchange, kid sex change. Yeah, Sofa King. Yeah. Yeah. Experts Exchange had the problem too. Yep. Especially when you write it out. There's actually the company that I worked for. They had like a sort of unofficial motto, which is super cool motto, is like a bit better every day. And they had like a bit better every day .dk, but it was written in Danish. The thing is like every day and like weekday is the same word. So it was both, the interpretation was both that we seek a continuous optimization from day to day, good, and also like every day is going to be a bit better, like more of an emotional better. And it was so clever to have that thing, because you couldn't really tell if join this company because we are going to be doing things a bit better every day. We see continuous improvement, it's good. Or join our company because every day will just be better. I thought that was super clever. Oh yeah, yeah. Therapist is a really unfortunate name. Yeah, Sofa King. Yeah, this is the Sofa King amazing deals. Yep, yep, yep. Let's try to do something here. Yeah. I love those kind of things. That's just genuinely clever. I think I need to do something more along the lines of this. No. Oh yeah, the name here will be something. Maybe. We don't know. We don't know anything yet. Thank you. What's the goal of the space? I have no idea. I have no idea. Falcon. Thank you.
Welcome home.
And welcome. There. And... oops. Ah. Just chatting with Factorio in the background. Absolutely. There was Quinn69 was playing Factorio and had 12,000 people watching him build train lines. Somehow they didn't work. I wonder why the trains didn't work. Yeah. So don't. And what does that tell you about the whole world in... Oh yeah, the IGN clip. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's also good. All right. So what does this tell you? That you can have 13,000 people watching you play Factorio this badly. Tells you that the idea that if you just work hard enough, you'll be the best and then you're gonna make it is a big fucking lie. Because you don't have to be good at anything to make it. It's mostly talk and stumbling around. Ooh, I can see that we are parting ways in the future, Patrick. Not feeling good now. That is one of the topics that I have on my list of rants. Is the fallacy that if you just work hard enough, you're gonna make it. That's one of my absolute least favorite, to say, hated phrases. It is a lie that people who have made it are telling the people who haven't made it to keep them out. I'm off to get some sun while it's hot. All right, Warren, I think you got enough time. I think there's about 4 billion years left in the sun of fuel, so you got 4 billion years to head out. So I think you can stay until the end of the stream. But it gives you a better chance of making it. Nope, I don't actually think so. Because you're going to be distracted from what's really important. I think that's genuinely, no, you're not going to be more likely to make it. Like, you can be the dishwasher that works the hardest ever, and you just wash those dishes, and you are the hardest worker on washing dishes. You're not going to make it. You're going to be washing dishes for the rest of your life because you're just good at it, and that's it. If you want to make it, you have to stop washing dishes. You have to stop trying to be the best at washing dishes, because that's never going to get you to make it, whatever the hell that means. I don't know what you have to do instead. Become a streamer. I mean, I'm not saying it's hard work is definitely not going to be a detriment, but believing that, and it's believing that it's that if you just work harder than anyone else, if you wanted more, you're going to make it. That's a lie. What is this particular game about? Building a big base with lots of train-to-train designs, like these silly designs here that I love. Yeah, hard work is designed. Yeah, but it's all usually formulated by... you also hear it for competitions. So like, okay, we're down to the wire. It's the last game. Now, at this point, it is who wants it more. Like, oh, I think they all want it pretty much. So I don't think that look like Arnold. I think that also takes a hell of a lot of hard work. Not going to be taking anything away from that achievement. But my point is more in the sense that Watford wanted it more. But the point I was trying to make is that the work part is not what your manager wants you to do. Not actually manager, but actually in life in general. I don't think that the people who have worked the hardest are the. I think, okay. Let me try a different way of saying it. I don't think the correlation between hard work and making it, whatever the hell that means, is particularly strong. And I think that there is a large amount of people who have worked incredibly hard and never made it. And that's my take on it. So it's not like it's a detriment, but there are some who made a one-hit wonder and then been riding that success forever. There are content creators who made one viral video and then from there on, they whatever they do, like the people that the first content creators on YouTube and on Twitch are, if they're still around, they're gigantic. They're the biggest ones. They're not the ones who make the best content, but they've been around forever. They have been incredibly, I'm not saying lucky, fortunate to be at the position where they were at the time, and that's allowed them to grow at a time when it was easy to grow. And that's just some of those aspects. And the people who start streaming today with 0 viewers have to, no matter how hard you work, that's not what's going to make it. That's not what's going to make it. You can be grinding League of Legends or Fortnite from morning to evening, and it doesn't matter. You're not going to make it. That's the part. You have to do something else. Luck is an incredible part, but you are not going to have anyone who has made it say that they've been lucky. That is an agency bias. So, I mean, lots of people who made it have lucky, but I'm not. I've been working really hard, and I've been, right? Everyone's been lucky, but there's also a matter of just using your luck, right? Helps you have big boobs on Twitch. Let me just address that one. No. There are lots of big-breasted women who don't have a lot of viewers. There is also one guy who does not have very big boobs. He is a handsome young guy who is now at 250,000 subs. So clearly, it's not a thing that makes a... My boobs are getting bigger, but I don't think that's a direct correlation to my success, if that's sort of what we want. Good evening, Nibe. And one more thing on that topic. Just want to close that off. The amount of abuse that women on Twitch still have to suffer through is not worth it. Not worth it. Just not worth it. Let's, even in the hypothetical case that it would be easier to stream if you were a woman because men would want to watch you, right? Even then, it would be rather unfun to do that. So yeah. So I just, but then again, that's just my opinion. Who cares? Yeah. Yeah, so I don't want that to be an open discussion, but I want to weigh in on it because it's I'm just tired of seeing that argument. That's the outbound, this is the inbound. And also it is much easier to ascribe your lack of success to external factors and your success to internal factors. I made it because I'm good. I didn't make it, or they made it because they look good, they are whatever, right? It's a common bias. So so you have to remember that part of the equation is that it's so easy to have. That's why, for example, this YouTube thing, that I talked about, my lack of subscribers. It is so easy just to say, it's probably just YouTube purging records. Yeah, but maybe it's not. And I should take responsibility for what happens with my YouTube channel, and I should be looking at myself and the content and asking myself if this is because I'm not making stuff interesting enough, instead of just pushing my lack of success externally. Whether that's true or not is kind of irrelevant, because it's better for me if I internalize the problem and do something about it. Wrong steel build. I think it's the right steel build. It is 16. But is this not big enough for 16? I think I copied this one, right? Which, oh, that's not big enough. So it's the right build, but it's the wrong stacker. That's the stacker we should have used. Or it's old which is superseded. Oh, right. That's a good point. Like, so the question is more along the lines of, if you look at this one, this is 1.0 something, which is a really nice number, while I think you're right about it, and this one might be the old design. That's 93. So yes, that's also the wrong one. So with that said, we need to go back and redo that anyway, to redo the design. I watched your time-lapse of the huge Dyson sphere on YouTube. Beautiful video. Thank you, Miss Timony. Have you not watched that already?
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sun.
Fat Redbeard. Thank you for joining for 6 months in advance. Wow. There's a really good book about the sort of the concepts that I just talked about. It's called Extreme Ownership. It's a better than average management book because it's written by Navy SEALs. So it's a good mix of these management doctrines, which I get kind of boring. You can't fill a whole book with that. And then war stories, literal war stories. And they're a lot more entertaining. So I think it's called Extreme Ownership. And it's a super cool thing, and it's one of those books that you probably should read once in a while just to refresh it and go like, yeah, you gotta take responsibility for everything, even if it's something that seemingly is out of your control. Because it's just better that way. Then you can ask yourself, how could I have done something so that, this freak accident or this luck factor wouldn't have been an effect? I like that. I don't always practice it, but that's why you need a refresher from time to time. I was actually thinking of something. Now I'm just going all out on weird things, right? I was thinking of maybe starting a book club. Like, we could read books together, or maybe more like audiobooks. And then, because I have read a lot of weird management books, and there are some that I would recommend, and there might be something with that you've read and you would recommend, and then we can sort of read it together, have this kind of sessions. I don't know why. I'm just kind of thinking about new things. Yeah, this is really relaxing. You're absolutely right, Son and you. Discussion over chat is hard though. Yeah, I know. You're absolutely right. We get about hit by copyright. Yeah, we can't do those streams, but it would basically be like, I don't know. I'm just brainstorming. I know that other people are doing it, but how old are we now? We're grown-ups. I'm also considering a knitting club, so we can combine that with we can be knitting live on stream. I think that would be really fitting the audience, right? and then we can. It's a bit hyper masculine, but a good read. Yeah, that's a good. It's You're right. I completely agree with that. It is a bit hyper masculine, but a good read. Yeah, and that's there's not. I don't think there's any management books where you go like just lap it up. I must have all of it. I believe in everything, every word. But it's like, okay, it's a perspective, but it's usually sort of taken a bit to the extreme. The cases are a bit extreme to prove their core point about, in this case, extreme ownership. But and of course it's written by a military guy, so of course it's hyper masculine. Health concerns at the time too. Maybe movie nights would be fun as well. How about watching a movie while knitting? Yeah, but it has to be like it has to be a special kind of movie. So I was thinking something like an English those crimes, like crime series like Morse, or some other detective where it's like this random little city in the middle of England where there's a random murder, and this detective comes to solve the murder. And like one of those where it's like 100 identical episodes of it that basically have no plot but stretches over 1.5 hours. Midsummer Murders, absolutely. Like 30 sessions, exactly. Midsummer Murders, knitting. There we go. Perfect. I know my audience, right? Get my wife into watching Factorio streams. Yeah. Okay. Maybe. Midsummer Murders. Exactly. Yeah, I know it because my parents watch Midsummer Murders, and they, yeah, and I remember that when I lived in Milton Keynes, there is a square called Midsummer Square, and my mom was like, "Oh, this is the middle of England where all the murders take place." Yeah. Let's all criticize the bad writing in modern movies. That's gonna be. We'll all talk at the same time. It's a bit too easy, isn't it? It's a tiny town where everybody should be dead. Yeah, it absolutely everyone's dying just left and right. Yeah, it is also incredible how much crime is just the topic of so much. Like there isn't really a whole lot of crime going around in the Midlands or in Denmark for that matter. Yet you gotta be telling it. I also like turn the ship around about leadership and management. Oh, um okay, so at my MBA, we had like these really inspirational speakers come in for the weekend to talk about sort of. Usually, they were coming in to talk about a specific topic where they would mix their life experience with some practical knowledge. The most impressive talk, and we were all spellbound the entire weekend, was he had been the CEO of Michelin or Michelin, I don't know how to pronounce it correctly, for like 10 years. And he was he was just so fascinating to hear his stories, and he was always like explaining the situation and then sort of breaking out into discussion about, so what did we do, and then he took some theory, and then um what's his name, Kevin? I think I actually can. Hmm. Yeah, so he was, especially when he explained how they had been they had to cancel the Formula One race in somewhere in the US because there had been an accident, and they didn't know if it was their tires that caused it. It was just like the pressure on you as a manager to have to just go in and say, we can't rule out that it's our tires that caused this crash during the trial run, So we're going to recommend all teams with our tires to not race tomorrow. That takes guts, and not going to be popular. And then also just told afterwards that they couldn't find the problem, but like weeks later, they found the problem, and it was their tires. And if they had raced, it would probably have ended poorly. I was like, wow. Yeah, it's certainly one of the worst races. Yes, but the way that he explained it was that they actually afterwards found out that there was part of their tires. It was something about the friction and the curvature, because they had a different curve, and um, and they couldn't find it. But then they found it later on, and it was good that they canceled it, because it could have gone really bad, right? Exactly. That's the kind of guy where like, okay, so sometimes that's a manager decision, because the specialists will be like, on the one hand, and maybe, and can I get a straight answer? No, because, well, maybe we did this and we can't find the issue. And then someone just has to go like, all right, we're going to recommend that they don't do it, don't race. And then all the teams, they followed the recommendation, and then afterwards they paid all the tickets for after. That was so cool. Operation manager who made the decision on the first day in position to ground all flights on September 11th. Oof. Well, yeah, that's. I don't know if I something like says like maybe it's easier if it's your first day. I don't know, but it's not like you. It's not like you have anything to lose. Of course, you have a lot to lose, but it must be like, all right, I don't have any political lever here. So if it's my test desk, I'll do it, and I'll probably get fired, but I'm gonna do this because this is the right thing, right? With the tarmac is different on US than Europe, since Michelin didn't have the tests. Tires on US, they didn't know if possible. Yeah, man, someone follow that. It was so fascinating, just because I didn't know that at the time, so I didn't know if it was canceled or not. So I was like following along. That was it's like, and that's the stuff you get in an MBA. You get those kind of inspirational speakers that are just absolute world class, telling real stories. That's super awesome. So, yeah, FAA National Operations Manager. Yeah, I don't know. I think it probably was the right decision to ground all flights, right? But that's that's the issue with a lot of these decisions. Like every decision always gets scrutinized after the fact, when you have all the facts that you do not have at the time. And the same with all this Corona thing. Like, well, why did you shut down, or why didn't you shut down, and why did you not recommend masks in the beginning, and why did you? Like, yeah, okay, we know a lot more now than we knew exactly a year ago. Yeah, yeah, 2020 hindsight. Yeah, it's a correct decision in hindsight, but there was no precedent. There's murky information. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they imagine that you have these kind of getting reports in, and they're conflicting, and you don't have the full picture, and everyone's just looking at you to take a decision, and you know that you only have bad options. Yeah. Can we see leaderboard? Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Sure. Oh, you're here. Here. Number 9 with 48. That's a way up to Barthak here at the lead. I think actually, if Timbos had gone through, he would have stolen that, and that would have been a level 5. Yeah. All right. Good night, Patrick. Hope to see you again. I am actually. I should have taken my break, but yeah, damn it. I know, Timbo. I I feel bad for you. It sucks. But then again, if we think about it, don't you also think that maybe you've gotten one where someone else has sniped and that snipe came in a bit late? So maybe it's sort of, in a comic way, evens out. Yeah, I think it's fair. Fair is also an interesting concept. Fair is an interesting concept. When people invoke, well, that's not fair. Like, excuse me? Why did you think that fair has anything to do with this? That it's funny that people think that things have to be fair. That's not fair that he gets paid more than I do. Who says it has to be fair? I've been working here for longer than he has. Why did I not get a promotion? Well, it's a different measurement. Let's see, where is our... Not that kind of fair. I know. I was just going on a tangent from your comment. I know you're not crying yourself to sleep about the cruelty of the world. I'd have gotten a level 5 train if it were for a second. Oh, hey Diffuse, thank you for this 26.
Welcome home.
We need to get this one. Just basically me to build this and then strip it apart again. Can I squeeze it in here? Almost. Just get rid of this. Fair is very often subjective, yes. But the whole idea that things have to be fair is naive at best. Requested chest is in the way. Requested chest is in the way. Oh, right there. It's been fun, but I'm heading to bed. Catch you all tomorrow. Thank you, Bartek, for joining, and thank you for the magnificent support yet again. Now this one has to be extended, I guess. Because wanted fair pay. I said fair cost of battles. Yeah, that's always just. And I think that if people only invoke fairness in contexts where they feel that they've been shortchanged. But if you sort of look at any of us and look at the sort of median everything in the world, then probably every single one of us is on the higher, or the positive side of the median. There's probably a lot of people who are worse off. Yet when we get passed over for the promotion, we go like, well, there's a guy in Bangladesh who has it worse than me. So I guess until he gets what I get, I really shouldn't be complaining about not getting that promotion. That's not something a lot of people would be saying, I guess. So I think it was awful that life was unfair. Then I thought, wouldn't it be much worse if life was fair and all the terrible things that happen to us come because we actually deserve them? Wow. That's also a bit grim. Somehow I like it, but it's a bit grim. Oops. Yeah. And actually, I'd rather have it like this. I know I forgot my break, but at this point, I'm just gonna power through. Huh?
More shall gather.
Wow, that was a weird
More
sound.
shall enter the fray.
Okay, I didn't even click fast enough to see. Was that a Patreon thing? It was a Patreon thing. Holy smokes. Thank you so much. It was a Patreon thing. Let me see if you have linked your Patreon and Discord. Wow, a new Templar of the Path. Fathom Redbeard. Thank you so much for the pledge as a new Templar of the Path for a full year pledged right up front. Oof, wow. Yeah, not surprisingly, I like annual patrons, annual pledges. Welcome. Where are you? I know you're here. I saw you earlier. You said something. You said something. Where are you? Scroll, 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 scroll. Okay, so don't let me say that chat is moving slowly because I can't find you. Because I know I butchered your name when I said it. There. Oh, the 6 months in advance. There. Subtitle. Yes, you did. See, and now I'm going to do that one. Ta-da! You've been added as a VIP. You're here. You said something. Where are you? All I need is a knife and a mask and a dark room. Like, I know you're here. Where are you? Come out to play. Thank you. Let's see if it works. Thank you so much for pledging. Flashing red light in the background. Yes. And the green wire as mentioned. Come to the dark side. Not the dark side, but the dark side. It's a small location, but we turned off the light. I remember back in the olden days of internet memes, there was a Star Wars rap, and it was excellent. It was Darth Vader rapping, and it was, and I can still remember some of it, but there is no way you're gonna get me to sort of redo it. But some of those like really old school internet memes before they were known as memes. I just remember it's a disaster. It's Skywalker we're after. And that's one of the few lines I remember. Is it connected all the way up? We have no clue. Dancing baby. I remember the gerbil in a microwave. If anyone remembers that kind of thing. Hey, Chili, thank you. I'm happy you liked it, and I'm happy that so many people liked it. If it was only you, then it wouldn't probably make a big difference for me. If there's literally only one person who likes it and everyone else hates it, then I mean I'd be happy that there's at least one person, but it wouldn't really just do much for me. Frog in a blender. Yeah, but that's wasn't that sort of the same as the gerbil in a microwave? And of course, Trogdor, the Burninator. Burninating the countryside. It's funny that Trogdor still sort of comes up in let's say like internet culture, and I think that a lot of people have never don't know what it is, but know that the reference of tractor. My favorite Burninator, yeah. Because how many Burninator favorites do you have, by the way? Does that seem correct? No, it's not. It's not correct. That one should be here. You're one of the rare streamers that say my username correct. Oh, well, I'm sorry. We sort of, I mean, now the streamers unit is coming after me because we kind of have a common agreement to mispronounce all names at all possible. So so now the streamer union is coming for me. It is kind of a thing that streamers can't pronounce usernames, right? It's one of the easier. Oh, the best one that I butchered was Noah Fro. I'm like, maybe it's No Afro. Like, oh, I thought his name was Noah, because that's a common name. There he is. Hey Noah, learn to capitalize. But I've had a lot of other embarrassing ones, I'm sure. The exact same thing. Good. Hey, remember that there was a guy, Dad of 004 to be more exact, who used to frequent the chat. Too bad that he left. But that was also like that's a really don't want to sort of have to change that name, I would imagine. Dad of 005, Dad of 006. Just gotta get. Yeah, did your actual name was Noah? Yeah. I, no, Jeff. People should not follow your example in anything. Yeah, I think maybe that it's connected all the way up. Yeah, like that. Like, please no. Please no. Why am I doing it so inconsistent? Oh, because I'm putting it on the same side as that. Okay, so there's a reason for my inconsistency, but it's still super inconsistent. Eh. There you go. None of these, none of these. And then I guess that's the only thing that needs to be checked out. I'm just going to put this here just so that we don't forget it. Yeah, there could be a gap in the middle. You're right. When the comment, granted, you are just exceptionally keen-eyed, and I was thinking the same thing, and I just kind of looked at it and then went like, nah, it's probably fine. It would be here then. That's why I put some copper in this one, because I would. Oh yeah, this is why I did this. There, and then we can just go all the way up and see. It has the copper on these two, so it is connected. Good. This is good. Except for the names though, but we can fix those. And we have 1.4 of those, so let's just go out. And now we have a long and relaxing train ride. Landfill? Oh, right, landfill. But I think we actually got most of the landfill done. Damn, it's far away. Nope, we did not. Oh, we did do it, but... didn't make a sound. Where's my sub icon? Is it expired? Nope, it's back. It just kind of goes, comes and goes. Okay, is it modded? Yeah, the answer to that is not really. There are quality of life mods and better power armor, but aside from that, not really. It's a thing. Okay, so I've tried to explain it like, okay, so it's two different services, one checking what you have and have what icons you have and whether they're still valid, and the other one just posting your chat message. But then again, I'm like, why do you need to, for every single chat message, to check what icons you have available? Is that something can't you cache that? Wouldn't it be better to cache it instead of just upon every single chat message, check all of your badges, and do you still have this hype train? Is it still the active hype train? Is it, I mean, you'd think that this would be something that might want to cache because it only changes when you do something. Of course, then we get back to the, what is it? There are two difficult problems in programming. Cache validation, something, and off by one errors. I can't remember what the something is. Naming things. All right, naming. Yeah, okay. It's naming things, cache validation, and off by one errors. The two problems. Yep. Date and time. I think that with date and time, you just don't do it. don't do it. Date and time. Only if you have to. I mean, is date and time really so horrible if you have to just like use something that's, I mean, I wouldn't want to write my own date and time zone converter. No. But just, isn't that a thing that you can go? There are only two hard problems in distributed systems. Exactly once delivery, guaranteed order messages, exactly when delivery, once delivery. Ah, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's my favorite issue. That was just the most frustrating part. Okay, so I'm gonna cut that one. Cut it short, but so for context, because I've said it before. But so when you have an enterprise service bus like BizTalk, and you can't, that if you don't build it properly, or if you want to make sure that it's fast, then you can't guarantee that things come in and go out in the same sequence. And it's kind of important that you know that the sequencing is correct. And the team that was responsible for the BizTalk, they were like, no, you can't. That's just for performance reasons. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? It's a pretty damn important whether you get a delete and a create, or you get a create and a delete for the same record. It's not the same thing. And they were like, well, tough luck. You can validate on the sending side and validate on the receiving side, because we can't guarantee that that things come in the same sequence. They go out in the same sequence. And that's just a technical problem. The problem was, the reason why I was just like furious about it was because no one seemed to care. No one could see that it's a problem. That's how high performance systems work these days. Yeah, eventual consistency works for a lot of things, but it also certainly doesn't work for a lot of other things. Right? So, and then it's just like, I was just like, I couldn't, I get anyone, and everyone's like, yeah, maybe in an ideal world, but speed is everything. Like, well, I think that it matters a lot to sort of, since we are going to issue the wrong commands to trucks, we are going to delete things from drivers, we are going to issue the wrong invoices because we have no guarantee of consistency between our systems. So that's kind of, ew. Yeah. And I was like, people were like, yeah, but what do you suggest? And I was like, I know it's a problem that's solved. It's solved, right? Yeah, exactly. If you delete a record and then create it, that's there. But the first delete will just be get an error message because you're trying to delete a record that doesn't exist. So I don't know, error, record not found. And then you create it and it's good. It's now exists in the system. But if you create it and then you delete it, then it's no longer there. And if that's the difference between the truck actually going to the other end of Europe to deliver something, that's pretty bad. If that's the premise for issuing an invoice to a customer, it's also pretty bad, right? So So it's the problem was that we ended up building buffers around the ESB, which just slowed everything down. So you have like this core part that was supposed to be super fast, can process 1,000,000,000 records. It's awesome. And then everything around it had to validate inputs and outputs. Meant slower. It needed to know the data model of all the other systems because it needs to be validating whether. So it basically like it got a message and then it was like, hey, did you actually send this? All right, cool. All right. That's kind of not really how it works anyway. So I didn't have the solution to it, but I could definitely see that there was a problem, and I just couldn't get anyone to really take that problem serious. See, this is what happened. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. But that's the kind of thing that happens when you're in a large organization, because my team was handling a lot of business systems for one business unit, and we had to communicate with the other business units through the ESB. But we had to make sure that we were safe, because if some of our business unit had a problem, they'd call me, and then I should be able to debug it and find it and make sure that the consistency, and I couldn't just point at some other department and go like, yeah, but they didn't send it in order. I could, but that's not good management. So we sort of insulated our systems with extra logic, extra buffers, extra data models to protect ourselves from other departments in the same company. And that is not uncommon. So, yeah, nobody cares. Exactly right. What is the name of it going to be? It's going to be Steel for... No, yeah, oh, yes.
You have returned.
You have returned. Jaguar Neck, maybe. Thank you for the tier 2 for 2 months. Thank you for returning. That one, the electric. How do I mispronounce your name correctly? Or incorrectly? How to shift all blame. I've never been good at it. If I was good at it, I would have been a director right now. And that one then be these ones. There. That's going to be the output. Cool. And thank you for the tier 2. Oh yeah, by the way, good ideas and bad ideas for emotes for tier 2s and tier 3s are very welcome. I'd like to get some more emotes, but I only want the new emotes for tier 2s and tier 3s. So those are the ones I'm mostly interested in. Director of YouTube. Yeah, well, I am director of my own company, and that's fine. I'm happy. I mean, still have some discussions internally, but that is what it is. Off by 1. We do have an off. Do we not have an off by 1? We do have an off by 1. We have the cursor one. That's basically an off by 1. But yes, off by 1 is a good idea. There's also the dab one. Okay, let me just get a summary of sort of ish what we're missing. Oh, you know what? Want to see something funny? Ah, look at that. It's built. Done. So much easier. No one saw that, right? No one saw that. I'm just waiting for the response in chat, but I guess everyone's fallen asleep by now. Why are we so slow suddenly? Oh, we're super slow. Why are we so slow? This is definitely not the right speed. Look. When I activate, deactivate, nothing happens. Yeah, but this is, oh, that's Roboport. I'm an idiot. Haha, I'm an idiot. Look, I'm an idiot. Please look more carefully. Please look at my inability to play the game that I've been playing for 6,000 hours. Please, everyone, look carefully. This is how bad I am. Did everyone see it, or should we just take a little clip of it? There, that's probably fine. So, how much is this doing? We don't know, because we don't have the... 7 of these builds, really? Yeah, they can't do recipes because they are setting their own recipes once. 7? I mean, I'd like to trust you, but I'd also like to verify. That one is kind of half of it. That one, and that's 32, and then you're saying that it was like this. That's not even close to enough. That's not even close. How many of these do we need for? How many steel? 400. No, 400. There. 13. We need 13 of those. Are you saying 14? I'm saying 13. Let me just... It is... This is 1.005 for each, and then there's going to be 32 for each train, and then there's going to be 13 of those. That's 418. 13 is odd. You are correct. It's even a prime, but I don't think that makes it less of a valued member of the society we live in here. I don't think you have to be so prejudiced against prime numbers. Or odds, for that matter. For example, there is a very good, entertaining YouTuber who is odd. Christopher Odd. Big electric power pole ghost is in the way. Anyone coming? No? Oh, they're coming from there to there. 1, 2, 3. Oh. 4, 5. 6, 7. Also, we get a slightly better zoom here. So I'm kind of wondering if this one shouldn't just be flipped the other way. If I flip it, then it's gonna be right-hand drive, right? No, I can still do that. Right now, it just feels weird that it starts here. It could start all the way over here, and I don't care about that one. What are the little squares on the minimap at the right side? That one? That's the same as this one, and the same as all of this one. This is to celebrate the beautiful, fantastic people of the community who have supported and won a hype train. I really feel this one should be further that way. I even think that maybe I would want to get this. Yeah, there's probably a reason why I don't do this. It looks nice, except it looks awful, and it's just not working. Oh, hold on. That one does not need it, because that's... Which one is steel again? That's steel. Okay, so steel needs to... okay, that's not working. I can't do that. I can't do that. So I can move the whole thing pointed the other way around, but I can't sort of have him come in from two sides. I've exterminated all the biters. They were just annoying. But our next series will have a lot of that. Yeah, I could do 2 lines. I think I should do that. Killed with command. Yep. A kill command, you could call it. Have 2-sided trains only on the stacker line. 2-sided trains only. I don't get it. All trains are 2-sided. Yeah. I'm more thinking that I could sort of have it go out like this. Maybe would be better. Like this, for example. And except I wouldn't need it for this one, because it's only the steel that comes in on here. So that's actually slightly less awful. Good. I'm just going to have a peek in the moderator chat. Moderator tech chat. What? They've not been active for the last hour. What are they doing? What? I thought there would be lots of discussion about... I'm not chatting because I'm coding. Yeah, you know what? How do I know that you're coding if you don't give me status reports every 10 minutes? Report back. Right, we're going to have a stand-up, and you're going to be telling me, you're going to be estimating the tasks. First, we're going to break down. We're going to add a Jira. Then we're going to be having some epics, and we're going to get some releases, some components, some versions, some... the meetings will continue until progress improves. But... yeah, I saw that, Richard. That's awesome. With swishing... Yeah, no. Still the worst one. My code is compiling. Uh-huh. Oh, that I don't know. Is that I think you can probably search Nilaus on LinkedIn, and you won't find a lot of Nilauses around the world. Um, my code is compiling. I remember back in my days, and that's a while ago. That's almost 20. That's 15 years ago. That the whole thing about compiling was something that took a long time. Is that still a thing? I actually don't know it because I the developers I've worked with, then the whole idea of compiling hasn't really been an issue. Is that really still something that's like, oh, it's compiling. I'm gonna go take a break. I remember with Incredibles, and you could see these little Gantt charts of things that built and constructed, and depends on the code in the machine. No dealers on Instagram. What? My sister should be there. Worked on a mess that took 30 minutes to compile. Oh, hey, actually, probably Timber will have, since he's starting to work on legacy code. Yeah, C++ can compile slowly. Yeah, that's also C++ I was working with back in my days. And it was like, I don't know, 10 million lines of code in the whole damn thing. Which is more than Facebook. Yes, no, it depends on the code size. You sometimes only compile small pieces. Yeah, you should only compile the stuff that's changed, right? Merge build with test 20 minutes. Release 1 hour. Yeah, it's it was one of those projects that sort of had ballooned out of out of sanity, and yeah. When here's a when question for all you IT people. When do we see a role that is called an IT archaeologist? I really think that a lot of the work being done in legacy systems is really more archaeology. And just like, oh, I'm an IT architect. Oh, I'm an IT archaeologist. So what do you do? Yeah, I have these mainframes. I work on the mainframe system for big banks, and I just dive deep into their COBOL codes and 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 just try to find out what people who are dead by now coded back in the days. I think that's definitely something that is necessary. I'm the archaeologist. I just like the idea. I'm an IT archaeologist. You know what? I think I'm gonna present myself when someone asks at a random party or something like, "So what do you do?" Or if I ever go on a Tinder date, like I should be an IT archaeologist. Oh, that's nice. Like, then just test like, so what does an IT archaeologist do? Search for hidden treasure deep in the cobalt mines of the mainframes of the big banks. I love it. I love it. I want to change career. Did I just turn this the right way? That one go there. Why are you blinky blinky? Why are you complainy? Huh? Oh, the inconsistency is overwhelming. Why does this one think that it's... Oh, now it's... Okay, now it wants to go that way. Uh-huh. Now all of this is one block. Yeah, it actually is. There's no way that it can be less than one block. Are you vaccinated? Ready for Tinder dates? I don't want to go on Tinder dates, no matter if I'm vaccinated, and I'm not vaccinated. And I think that I should be at the very end of the queue for vaccinations. I don't think I can come up with anyone who is less important than me in the queue for vaccination. I don't know why this one has to be here, but if it's not here, then... Huh. Online dating is trash. Okay, I mean, I guess all of it. Maybe streamers for more niche games. What stream? What are we talking about? A huge amount of password that we will bequeath. What? Oh, you're vaxxed. Ah, good for you, faceless man. Good for you. I don't like this. This looks awful. I think the only way to make this make sense is that whatever is the middle one, that's the stone bricks. Stone bricks have to come in from the same as from one side, and the other one goes the other one. Who should be actually later than you? Streamers of more niche games. Ah, right. Okay, I was just like, there are really not more niche games than Factorio, to be honest. How many people are in relationship only because dating sucks more than relationship they're in? I think that a lot of people are in relationship because the prospect of alternative right now is not really great. But I also think that, and I know that it's a lot of relationships are strained from the fact that you suddenly have to be together like all day, every day when working at home. And that's not a lot of relationships can endure that kind of just cohesion, proximity, stickiness. I really don't know how to solve this. This is looking very high cost to migrate to alternative. I'm literally going to separate as soon as I can move out. Post-vaccine. Wow, that must be fun living together with someone where you go like, you are dead to me, because that's how relationships usually end. Sorry for laughing. It's not fun, but awkward. That's the one. Yeah. But a lot of times that's, yeah. I mean, I also like, though, the people that get divorced and like that. Yeah, she stayed in the same house for 6 months. Like, how can you live together for 6 months if you're divorced? Like, my ex stayed in the house for 1 week, and that was super awkward. Yeah. Put two below one another like you did for the rails. See, the thing is, like, maybe the whole thing should just be changed. This is lower quantity, so it has to be here. But I could switch these two because they are the same quantity. Would that make any difference? Not really. It would make a hell of a lot of difference, wouldn't it? Because that means there's only one of them. Then all of these have to be changed as well, don't they? All right, so you are now a stone brick. Yes, and you will now get a B as in brick outbound, and that was this one, which is now going up there, which will then be a B as in brick, and that one will also be a B as in brick. And why is that an F? F furnace, right? Okay, yes. And that one is now not a. First, I need to change this to steel. Then I need to change this to S, and I need to change this one to S. And then I need to go, oh, Wait, there. That's now also an S for steel. All good. Now all I need is just this thing. Take these two out, otherwise it doesn't work. Yeah, good stuff. Much easier. All of this out. This one will now no longer at all get anything in here, will it? Because the only thing that it gets in here is the steel. From south at least. That is much better. You need to stop complaining, so. There. Here. Here. And whew. Not hearing anything of your show and breaking up also feels weird. I don't know. Broke up. What else is there to talk about aside from kids? Yeah, I guess that's a thing. None of these, because I need to go like this. I do have one in here, which is where that one's going to be. Okay, that works. Dinner bone. Maybe we'll give it some other name. There. Why do I like diagonals like that? Because they can be really close together. And now that I kind of started it. And move the steel. Yes, move the steel build. Problem is now we can't use this one because I kind of got into that. I don't really like this now I look at it. I'd much rather have it sort of reversed, but I don't think I'm going to do that. Alright, so let's summarize. Unfortunately, we didn't do much sort of progress here on the base. But we did have a very constructive talk. At least I was mainly doing the talking, but you were quite engaged and helpful on figuring out what we're supposed to do. And I think we came up with a really cool idea for a next series. And we've already put the coders in the dungeons again, and that's why they're super quiet, because they're working hard. And that's a massive thank you to, Vichu has already been making some changes to the transition that I haven't seen yet. And then Timbo and Jeff are coding away in the dungeon for already the new ideas, and they already have additional ideas for just how to implement this. So it's super interesting. Do you only want spawner atomic bombs as sabotage measure, or can there be more options? There will not be more options. That'll be it. Because it has to be something that when people go in like, why does this happen? Then I have to explain it, and I have to explain it like a million billion times, or I have to have a little command like, why are these colored squares? It has to be something that's easy to explain. Like, when a hype train, you get a square. Square is bigger when bigger hype trains. Okay, I get it. Right? And if I go like, yeah, but if you add an odd number, then this happened. But if it's an even number, then this thing happens. And if you do that, but also something, and then this one, and I forget about it. So it's It has to be something that subs generate spawner, generate biters, donations generate bombs randomly placed in the base. Ah, okay. I can relate to that. Do I want to make a bomb, or do I want to generate some biters? Yeah. So that's kind of, I think, and maybe it'll just be completely nuts, and then we'll tweak it. But usually we are actually managing to hit something that proves to be a really good challenge and still has fun, and also like the scaling potential. Like some of the things like how much concrete do I expect to get when we have like concrete for bits and that kind of thing. Early game atomic bombs incoming. Yeah, that's gonna happen. And you can say in the beginning it kind of sucks, but I also don't really have much. So yeah, we're gonna be losing some, but it's not gonna be like a train full of blue circuits or a nuclear facility. It's not going to be stuff like that. It's going to be like, oh, damn it, it hit right on top of our mines. So the first 20 miners we built, they are just gone and we have to build them again. Oh, well, move on. Right? So I think that it's going to be balancing out. The worst part is when building like smelting columns and you're like, finally, 200 inserters inserted. Boom, 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 boom. It's like, all right. But that's I'll be engaging with the beautiful, lovely, awesome mods on figuring out how we're going to be tweaking this, because I'm a bit worried about the idea that it's really close to me, because that can just completely demolish that area. Let's say when like Warren and Draco donated 50 uh, like 5,000 bits today, and that would have been like 5 bombs. And if it's only like within the nearest 8 tiles of me, then it's going to be everything around me that's going to blow up, and I don't think that's going to be correct. Why the negative effect? Because I didn't like it. No, I didn't like it, but the objective for me in that base is next series is going to be so easy that I need something that can make it more challenging. So I'm going to be tinkering with very minute details about sort of exactly how I want to place things, and that's just going to be a bit trivial. Plus, the base is going to be looking very familiar to a lot of you, and therefore, on top of that, I have to make sure that there's something else, right? The objective is to build a complete base in a book, so that every single upgrade can be done with blueprints for city blocks. So basically, here's a city block for this. This is a city block for the jumpstart base, and then we go into the initial smelting columns, and later on there's another one for upgrading, that kind of thing. It's going to be. I've tested a bit over the weekend and sort of developed the idea. So I think I think it can work, and I think it's going to be interesting. So it's going to be sort of like, hopefully the YouTube part of it will be something that entices new people to go like, oh, that's cool, and I want those blueprints, because they're going to be part of it. It's also going to be for if you want to make a Megabase, then you just take the end blueprints and then basically just stamp it down and create a mode, and then you have a fully functional base that you just need to put materials in one end, and then it'll deliver something science per minute. And then you can move on to making a Megabase from there. Because I think that most people would be, if they're like, I want to build a Megabase, so I need to build a starter base. Like, oh, I've already done that. Can I just, well, here's a blueprint. Stamp it down, and you have a nice city block, bus base fed by trains base coming in, and all you need is just feed it with some trains, and then it's going to be good. That's the idea. So I think that this combination of a YouTube thing and a Twitch thing and some integration and some fun where you can just make my life miserable. We're probably going to need some emotes for that. I think that one might be useful. Give it the hardest time we can. Normally we don't have this chance, so we'll be first. Yeah, but that's going to be just in the beginning. And then I hope that it's also just going to be pacing it out over time. So you know what? And we'll find out. And if it works, it works. And if it doesn't work, then I'll keep trying until I burn through all of your savings account. Then I can finally get to play the game. Baum emote? Can I do a Baum? What is a Baum? But we do have the raid one. That I think that's actually really nice for exactly that. Boom. Yeah, if you an explosion, sure, that would be awesome. It would be awesome to have an explosive emote. Anyway, time for me to wrap up. It is past my bedtime. Time for me to turn into a pumpkin of sorts. Let me just see what we have here. Good. I just wanted to see if there was any Chris online. Nope. All right, so I will bid you good night. Thank you very much for joining. Thank you very much for the hype train, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for some Saturday. No, not tonight. Okay, but I checked. I'll see you guys tomorrow for some Satisfactory. Good night. Take care, and stay effective.